You gonna hang out for the first couple minutes?
Mm-hmm.
It would be very, very appreciated. Oh, I'm live?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's time to be live. Alright, be serious. It says it's live? You'll just, oh, can you do the TV thing?
Mm-hmm. Hold on a second.
I'll help you. Alright. That helps. Alright. Hi! I've been banged. Dinosaurs walk like this, just so you know. That's how they walk. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. I'm live again, unannounced. Sorry about that. And looking forward to this stream. And if you happen to pop in here, I'm hoping you can hang out with me and maybe even grab a friend, message your BFF on Facebook or something and see if they can join and help me get some more people watching at one time to rack up some watch time. I could really use that type of help. In this stream, I am going to finish the head of this dinosaur. I do need a little tiny piece of foil. I was supposed to grab that in preparation, and I didn't. It's right here, though. I'm not quite sure if I'm using foil or not. I just... foil is... The purpose of using foil in your sculptures is to... for one, it saves clay, but it also kind of simplifies baking. Because, okay, let's pretend this is solid clay. Well, you get the wire in there because it has to help hold its form, which is called an armature. Aside from the metal armature, if you just did solid clay, this would be probably a 2-3 hour or longer bake. But the problem with that is this would be fully baked however long. It's 15 minutes per 1/4 inch thickness. So being this is like, I don't know, 2.5 inches, maybe 3 inches wide, that would be, well, about 3 hours maybe. I don't know, my math is not really with me. So if you bake this for 3 hours, this tail is not that thick. So it would become possibly overbaked. So that's what I'm getting at is when you use foil, it simplifies baking. I baked this for 30 minutes. Now the skin coating was very, very thin. I added a little bit on the back, if you remember. And he's got a little extra on his knees. And his little folds and stuff are a little thicker than the skin. But typically, all of this is fairly thin and could have used 15 minutes of baking. However, the top side of the mouth, the top part of the head cranium thingy-mabobber, it's solid almost clay, and the tongue was, and then the bottom. So it's like, it's not, it's broke up. It's split in half. But it was at least, I just went 30 minutes, okay? So that's what I did for baking it. But if you can hear it, you hear how it sounds like rubber versus a harder material like this. This is so cool. I love cosplay. It's really awesome. In this stream, I'm going to be doing the head. I'm going to wrap this in green, and I'm going to make a little mound for his eyes to be either just tooled, or I don't know if I'm going to use colored clay or use acrylic paints. That'll be it. It's just this one little area, and we're done. This has all been textured. Give you a little look, see how he turned out. I think it turned out pretty darn good. I'll probably sand these flat. They're a little rough underneath. I might install this on a piece of wood just because it's not a toy, it's a sculpture, and it could be easily like just, oh wow, you know, people want to just buy it for their kid, and then just I'm kind of concerned because the epoxy sculpt that's inside it, I coiled it instead of running like long ways. And the coil, the nature of coiling it could be not as strong. Epoxy strong is extremely strong stuff, but just the nature of coiling it makes me concerned. So while it has a rubber skin, it could have a broken bone, so to speak, if you just throwing this across the room or whatever. So if I installed it on like a square board, something that's kind of holds it a little bit, you know, something reasonably sized, it would more signify it as art and not a toy. Even though this looks like a toy. But check out the it's got his head, he's kind of got a little lean to his head, it's tilting, it's like cute, like a puppy dog would when you said something funny. Yeah, I really, really like how this has turned out so far. Which is it's pretty much done. I mean, we're just going to do the head in this one. So like I said, the mound part, I'm going to probably put some foil in it because it's a good sized piece. It would be something like this. Just a real quick example. If I put this right here, that's just something for its head, its eyes to be, you know what I'm saying? It may go back a little further. Actually, that looks about right there. But this would be solid clay. So I just don't know yet. I still have the image. You can see it's looking pretty good. Oh, and I got a comment on the last stream after the stream was open. Why the flossed tail? I actually had to Google that. I didn't really know what that word meant. It meant limp or whatever. And it's just, that's how it is in this image. I'm using a cartoon. See its tail? It goes down. And I wanted to say, like, everyone knows that dinosaur tails go out and down because Fred Flintstone, when he got off of work, he would ride down the tail of us and then jump into his foot car thingy. Everyone knows that. Tails don't just go straight out. No, they do. Okay, they do. But you know, how can the people tell just by the bones of a dinosaur what their posture was? You know what I mean? That's kind of like a bit of a stretch. I mean, they could show me the shape of the dinosaur, but for all we know, well, it's to balance everything out. The long tail helped the big long neck and head kind of. It just makes sense, but I don't know. You know, this one, he suffers from limp tail syndrome. No, it's just a cartoon. Okay, this is not an actual dinosaur, and it's okay that its tail is. It's just how I did it. I'm not an expert either. I am not a dinosaur expert. I'm just winging it, you know. So I got some clay rolled out on the pasta machine. This is setting 4-ish, 3. It's a little thinner. I'm shooting for thin because
You gotta go lean.
oh cool. Hi, I see. Has the head now. Nice. Hello back. Hello to both of y'all. Yes, he's got his head on. He's got a good head on his shoulders. Well, wait a minute. His shoulders are down here.
He got a good head on his neck.
Yeah, he's got a good head on his neck. Oh my gosh. Okay. So I kind of want to jump right in this. It's very seemingly simple. The clay's gonna go like this. Well, you can see it right here. It's like this, and we're just gonna have to see. Mine's gonna probably be different, which is okay for many reasons, specifically copyright reasons and all. This is fan art, and also I am not too worried about it. So Anyhow, let's get started on this. I'm going to use TLS, Translucent Liquid Sculpey, on that epoxy sculpt. We're going to make sure that it bonds correctly to that. And I had a tile. Up here, but then I didn't. I had a tile up here to put stuff on, but then I didn't. So I don't know. This is thick stuff. Either it's really thick or I'm super weak. I don't know. It could be a combination of the both. I'm like shaking. I'm an old man. I can't get this stuff to come out. I probably didn't even need that much. I don't know what I'm doing. Nervous already. Not really. How is everybody? Today's what? Thursday? Wednesday? It is Wednesday night. And I'm in a pretty good mood. I'm finishing a sculpture today. Or at least the sculpting part. I'll probably do like a light. I might wipe it down with some steel wool. Because I don't want to sand it with sandpaper. It'll take, even with fine grit, I don't want to do that. But like steel wool might take any kind of, it'll clean it. Because it's dirty from touching it and all that stuff.
You got another comment.
I need to go. Oh, that's cool. I appreciate you stopping by. It's much appreciated. It's cool if you gotta go though. That's life. Things happen, so that's understandable. I appreciate it. Thanks for stopping by anyhow. I'm putting this stuff on, and what I should have did? I should have sanded a little bit right here in this gums. Like that's masking tape right there. To make it look clean. But he ain't gonna have much gums showing anyways. I'm like certain of it. Cool, yeah, me too. I know it's kind of a bit of a luck to get into these streams because I'm just being random, and I apologize about that. I need to make a schedule, which I will soon. And that way I can start maybe I can start getting people to actually show up and help me rack up some of this watch time. If I had 60 people watching at one time, every minute that would pass, it would give me an entire hour. It would be insane. And I would never really have to worry about watch time again because I'm kind of forced to do these streams right now to stay ahead. It's the other end of the year that I'm competing with. It's like higher hours. But here soon, within a week or two, because of all this recent activity I've been doing, I'm well caught up with watch time. And I could do like normal short form videos, not streams. But I actually love doing these streams. They're not an issue for me.
I'm gonna bring him out.
Okay, cool.
Ready for bed, okay?
Alright, thank you for helping me get going again. Love you, baby.
Love you too. Come on, Will, let's go outside. Come on. Outside, party.
I am putting plenty of this softener. No, this is not softener. I said it was TLS on here. Just to make sure it doesn't want to peel away or whatnot. Probably should have used a fresh brush. This has got green. I done painted it green, which is not too much of an issue. You know what I'll do? I'll grab a brush that's somewhat clean. Is this? For the gum area, just by this. Like, I'm not going to go to the very edge of that anyways. I already know I'm not. But you're supposed to use TLS between baked and unbaked contact. Clay. It's a good practice. So that's plenty. If anything, that's probably too much. Like on the top here, I got it quite thick. It won't hurt anything. It'll just, could potentially slide around, I guess, maybe. I doubt that. Well, we'll just see what it does. And it's actually going to go on to, I'm going to work it onto the neck, the existing neck, just a little bit. So I'll be sure to put a film, a thin film there. Anywhere. A lot of emphasis on making sure I use this stuff. It's important to me. Some people are not too crazy about it, but I don't like my stuff falling apart. So I'm using it.
Yeah.
I appreciate the help. Alright, so the very first thing would be to get this wrapped. We're going to get it wrapped in clay, and then we'll focus on building the little mound where his eyes are going to go. And I think, like I said, I'm not going to try. I'm thinking about not doing solid clay, because even this piece right here would rack it up to more. I don't want to bake this so much. I've already baked it in half an hour. I don't think it'll hurt anything because it's 275 degrees is not that hot, actually. It's what requires to cause the fusion of polymer clay, but it's not really hot. You could do it several times. There's not much color shift going on with this clay from what I've noticed. Color shift is where if you bake it multiple times, or even the first time, you know. So here we go. So is there much color shift? If there is, it's very hard for me to see it. That's not just because I wear glasses now. If anything, it's the only thing I'm noticing. Well, one thing is this has a sheen to it. This doesn't because it's been baked. But it's really, really close. So you could actually experiment with that. Bake a piece 3 or 4 times and another piece just a couple times and one time, and then fresh clay. People's done tests like that already. So moving forward, I'm going to get me a piece of clay, and I want to try to make this easy. If you've watched some of my videos and you get my style, I tend to try to do things the easy way, or just any way that I understand how to do it, because usually that's all I got. You know, I may not have any other way to do it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to roll out a snake, and I'm just going to do the outline, the edge that goes around. I'm going to put that on first. I'm going to roll this out fairly small, like this, and I'll use my awesome cool roller technique. This is my technique. I invented it. No, I'm just kidding. I just take the roller and I rub it. I'll roll it back and forth like this, and it really takes the waviness out of that, any kind of dents my finger has put in, fingers and stuff. It'll give it a really good, like, look at this. Look how pretty. Like it came out of an extruder. That's how nice. And now I'm gonna get another one too, because just to be sure, I got the upper and lower to do, and it's quite a bit of length, so it doesn't take long to do this. I just ran this through the posh machine. It's got a nice, see how this is? Roll it out first with fingers because it'd be easier to do it like this before hitting it with the roller. I just recently started using the roller thingy. This is a lot more clay. I don't need that much. It's weird. I'll be doing something. I'll be sculpting, and just out of nowhere, I'll try something different. Like in this case, it was I'm gonna use a ruler to make this even, and it just like popped into my head, and I did it, and it worked, and I loved, I loved how it works. And you know what I call that leveling up. It's where you're whatever it is you're doing, you just out of nowhere come up with another idea or a better way of doing it, and it turns out that it works and you like it and all. That's like to me, it's like I'm leveling up, and it's just a cool little trick. I put my fingers. See, here's how wide that clay is. You can see it through the ruler, right? If I place my fingers pretty much here, I'm doing a even, where it's even all the way across. But if I wanted to taper the ends, I would hold it on the ends right here and then taper it, which I'm not going to do. And you can feel it. You can feel it underneath when there's no vibration or kind of weirdness. It's round. Because if I were to smash it right now and try to roll it, it'd go, you know, it would be like a unevenness, like an oblong oval. Just something to point out, I suppose. I'm trying to make this the same size as that other thing, which is somewhat can be tricky. It somewhat can be tricky. And then I'm going to, I don't want this to be ginormous. That's pretty thick. So I'm going to put it through the pause machine. I have this background thing. I don't know why. I put it. I suppose it doesn't need to be there, but here's the pasta machine. Let me do setting 2. Just gonna drop it in there. Okay, sorry about that. I really love that thing. It's not mine, it's my wife's. Mine broke. I had the old hand cranky one. I had it for like 15 years. And it finally, you know, decided it didn't want to do anything anymore. And I might pick me up one of these one day, or just keep my wife's forever. She don't need to know. She won't even know. You know, she don't use it. Now we could take it out there in the kitchen, and it's not that hard to move around. It's a little heavy, but I just put this through the pasta machine on setting 2, which is one setting smaller than this right here, or a couple actually. It's really thin. This is going to be my outline. So let me double check that I got. You think it's scary looking the face? Well, it's just his skull. Well, kind of the skull. He should be super cute and happy looking when I'm done. I'm hoping. But for now, it's like, he's coming for me. He's getting Okay. What was I doing? Oh, I'm putting clay around. Oh, I was gonna focus this. Make sure I'm in focus. Oops. Oops. Should be in focus. You know, and then I move it. I focus it and then I move it. It's not smart. So I'm gonna look at this image. See what we got going on here. Really, you don't see any gums at all. That clay goes to the teeth. So I'm going to not do that. But I know that I can go up as high as I want, like to closest to the teeth as I want. He'll probably be cute. I tried to make an alien that was grumpy, a grumpy alien, and he wound up being happy. I don't know. He don't look too grumpy to me. So what I'm doing here is I'm doing the edge because this is the hardest. I'm using a clean straight line, so to speak. And I'm not too worried about the corners either. The corner of the mouth. That's not too much of a concern. But see how I can see the gum a little bit? Now I'll go down just a little bit. This is actually a nice thickness to just go ahead and wrap this in. The thicker this is, the bigger it's going to make the head, and already it's kind of like a big old head. So it's not. It's just something to think about. So what I could do is just kind of dry fit this on here. So then I proceed to just go ahead and work it down on there. I'm just going to go with this. There's like a slight, you can see a slight gum line in the teeth. I don't think it looks all that bad. It seems kind of weird to go through all the work of making gums and all and not having at least a little bit of it show. I can move it down though a little as I work it on here. There, that actually looks better. You know what? I'll kind of as close as I dare, as close as I care. And then I'll just cut this first for now. All right. And I did another little piece right here. Let's turn it. You can tell that's rubber. And it's cool that I can grab it and move it around without putting fingerprints on it and stuff. Thank you for saying it's a nice placement for this. It's just it's weird. It's sculpting is nothing but a ton of decisions. It's decision after decision after decision. And which could be kind of difficult if you have trouble making decisions. And that's something that I do. You should see me in the cereal aisle. My wife would often just leave me and do the rest of the shopping, and she'll come back. She's like, "Babe, you ain't even picked it out yet." It's like way too many options out there. I don't understand why there's so many different kinds of cereal to choose from. But now I have my go-to is mini wheats, frosted mini wheats. It's because it helps me go to the bathroom. And I like the original, just the regular frosting ones, more than any of the other ones. And I just get it every time now. I don't really get bored of it or tired of it. Once in a blue moon, I'll get like a sweeter tasting cereal, like Fruit Loops with marshmallows, or maybe Lucky Charms with marshmallows, or something with marshmallows. But it's not. It doesn't feel very wholesome. It's kind of like a treat, or whatever. Alright, so I did the top side. We have the bottom edge on here. We can say that that's our new clean finish. It's a finished result, pretty much. So now let's do the bottom. I'm double checking that I got that TLS on here. Now I know I do. I can feel it on there. We'll get it on here too. I'm getting a little bit of ripples in the pasta machine. I don't know why. It might have something to do with the different speeds and stuff. Something my wife said is if I'm putting clay through there, I was doing it on a really, really slow setting, which is kind of mix or stir, it says. She says you got to do a higher setting because it uses more horsepower and it doesn't do that bog, it don't bog down. But what causes the waves and ripples is the cog wheels in there will wear. They'll wear a little bit, and it's like a cogwheel. It's like a star. It's a metal round thing with teeth on it, like a star, and it will touch another one, usually a different size or probably the same size or whatever, depending on the ratio. And the gears they interlock with each other. Well, when they wear, there's space in between it, and that's what could cause that ripple in your pasta machine. It's basically where it's uneven. It's supposed to be a continuous pressure as the clay is running through there, and it's no longer continuous. Now I know the end of this, it's not going to be probably that deep, this angle. I'll work on doing some other whatever is going on there in a minute. This is more of a focus of just the gum line, following the gum line with this clay right now. And I'll worry about the other stuff here in a little bit. It's almost like a Ninja Turtle or something. It's weird. I'm just trying to get this where it's easy to do. I strive for easy. This finished look is pretty good. Now, could it be thicker? It doesn't depict it to being very. He doesn't have very. It's a cartoon though. Actually, if you look at the image, there's really nothing for the teeth to be even in. It doesn't even look accurate. Like there's no jawbone or nothing for those teeth to be coming out of it. So it's almost like this really thin rim for the bottom jaw, and then teeth are just magically coming out of that, but there's nothing underneath it. So this is going to look more accurate, or at least believable. We know those teeth has something that, has a thickness this way. There's gum there. We build everything. You've seen me build everything live. So versus cartoons. Cartoons can actually sometimes cheat and not be accurate at all. Okay, now do I want to use this thickness? Or do I want to kind of continue with this that I got going on here? The thing is if it's thicker, you can sand it. It allows a little leeway for sanding. But this is rather thick. I'm looking at it right now and it just seems pretty thick. I'm gonna run this through one more time. One setting smaller, possibly. Yeah, it's getting this weird waviness. It's running through the machine. It's waving up the ends and stuff, which it's not too big of a deal. I went ahead and did the same thickness as that's already up there. For now, I can add another layer later if I want to. But for now, I'm just gonna go with what I have already to minimize the overall size of this head. But because it's thin enough, I can overlap it. You know, as long as I don't go too close to the gum, I can work anywhere in this band. I could try to butt it up to it exactly, like this. That's the thicker stuff, isn't it? Or no? Did I just cut this off of there? Well, here's a strip of this stuff. Pretend that was a whole sheet. I could just like butt it up to there. But I'll probably overlap it. I'm gonna go ahead and cut an area. Do I have? Yes, I do. Here's the first attempt. One of the other ones with the square teeth. It looks way not as good as what I got going on here, but it's pretty much the same size, believe it or not. Maybe a little smaller, but what I can do, I could be clever here. If I hold it right here, I'll make a mark. Ish. So right here from this mark, if I roll it like this, and then make another mark over here, it gives me this parameter or whatever. It's this area. Yes, that's the word. So I could probably just go like this. I don't know, something like that. It don't need to be too long because I'm just doing. Let's just try it. It didn't. It actually needed to be a little bit longer than that. So the idea will work. I'll just cut it longer than what's there. Do this one a little cleaner. Maybe that other one will work for the bottom better because it's not as bulbous. We will see. So this one should work fine. Let's see. I'm going to put it on there. First I'm going to clean this, try to clean this end up. I was supposed to share this on all my social media and stuff, and I didn't do it. I don't even know really how to do it. I didn't want to just stop in the middle of the stream to do that. My baby was supposed to. I guess she forgot. I don't know if this has a shareable link. Let me see if it's not too difficult. I would like to at least put it on my own personal Facebook. So just a couple clicking. Let me see what's going on here. This is Okay, cool. Get shareable link. Okay, this should be fairly painless. Hold on just 1 second. At least log in. Maybe my personal Facebook. Or something. I have a Facebook page too, so paste. And I'll type, I'm live! Please stop by. Post. Posting. Thank you guys for giving me a chance to do this. It's kind of important. I'm going to do it actually. I have a Facebook page too, Sculpting with Polymer Clay. So I'm going to share it there too. To see if I can, just see if it does anything. We'll see if we get the number up there. I don't know if y'all can see how many people are in here. What's going on? I'm typing. Nope, nope. Okay. I'm live. Please stop by. Question mark, question mark. Post. Next. Post. Just posted. I don't care about all that other stuff. Alright. Okay, all done. Thank you. Thank you for your patience. I got to, this was a stationary stuff. Oh, see you. Have a good evening. Thank you for stopping by. So, I don't know if you heard that or not. Sorry, I was, doing weird things. So, I just shared that on my social media, which is not very big or effective, but we'll see if it helps. I'm trying to make it. I'm trying to do it. So this looks much better. To a certain degree, you can kind of work out that weirdness where you're trying to curve stuff. You'll find it'll bend and morph to whatever it is you're trying to do. This is pretty good. It didn't really go right there. Yes, it did. I spoke too soon. And if I go like this, I'm just rolling my finger like that. That will help remove air bubbles under there. It's fairly important. You don't want air bubbles under there. And I know this is looking different. I got that clean thing underneath, and it's all, you can see how thick that is and how gnarly. Pretty gnarly. But don't worry, I have a plan. Hopefully. I'll probably have to run my pasta machine again for the bottom slice, the bottom half. But for now, let's kind of keep working this on. At least this major area up here. You know, it doesn't necessarily have to be the back. I can cut this and work out. That could use just little pieces of clay for back here. So let's slice it right here. That relieves some of that weirdness. Continue to work it on. Now, for all we know, we'll have to build out more of the back of the head. We don't really know how much is going to go in there. And this is overlapping that too. But we don't know if it even needs to be that deep. The corner of the mouth, how far back, we don't know that yet. So for now, I'll just kind of, I'll leave it like this. Well, actually no, I'll cut it with a cutter, a better cutter than that. Ignore my shaky hands. There. I like that. Alright, so we have a layer on here that's all the way, the clean edge, the one that's underneath there is still there. It hasn't moved anywhere because it's very, I put that TLS down on there and it's very tacky. It's on there. And we have this excess back here. So to do that, usually you just cut through both at the same time. Trying to get a good camera angle for you guys. I can see pretty well what I got going on, but I would like y'all to see too. That's the whole point. Alright, so now you cut through both of them and it just takes that excess away. Somewhat. It just overlapped again. But we'll leave it. That's not hypercritical. That's towards the neck anyways. We can build out clay. We're going to build out clay there anyways. So it's not that big of a deal. And I will cut this evenly. Let's see. Like right here. Because there's going to be a piece on the bottom too. And I'll just rely on that to cover up that bottom part. Just gonna, a little bit at a time, we'll just figure this out. Let's look over on the other side what's going on. Now it didn't go down as far over here. So it's actually fine. I'll cut it off this baked clay for now. I'm probably going to run it up over it a little bit to where it slightly overlaps. Just to try it, you know. So look what we got going on here. The whole top is covered. It has clay on it. It's not even. There's two different levels there, but that's okay. I have plan. It may not be a master plan, but it's something. First, I'm going to turn it where you can see it really good. And I'm going to take this knife and gently cut this clean. Try to. Well, at least I'll feel better about myself. At least I posted it to my socials. Like I'm trying, you know. So if it doesn't do much, then it doesn't do much. But at least I did something this time, and I won't be thinking that I'm not trying to help myself here. What I'm trying to do is cut it where I have a clean straight line. That usually makes it easier to because we're gonna tool that to the other one. I may cut it too, like taper it with this knife in my hand. It's gonna be super cool. I'm looking forward to doing this, but slowly and surely will work really good. Slowly and surely is. Slowly but surely, or whatever. Alright, see how this is a lot cleaner looking? We have this, like, a consistency. I might do it a little bit right here just to kind of... Does it need to be this clean? I don't know. I'm just sculpting. Ooh, I cut that. Alright, so... How about I use another tool that's not as sharp, something that I could use to kind of dig this stuff off, the excess. That tool's good for making the cuts, but trying to do other things with it is not. This is going to be this is going to be just fine, y'all. Okay, so now I have a clean line all the way around. My trim piece is underneath it, and the cover or wrap is on top of it. And it's already looking like something we can see. Alright. Ooh, let me crank the air conditioning. All these lights is, speaking of a missing one, a little extra light from the Blue Max over here. Cameras love light. They help with whatever it is you're doing. The thing is, it's hot. Okay, so the bottom, like I suspected, remember this piece didn't fit for the top? It's plenty big enough for this down here. In fact, it's too big. So why not, what I'll do is I'll clean this up. I know I can trim it a little bit, so I'll just put good straight lines on this for the sides. And then some kind of nice tic-tac oval end. In theory. Well, it seems like the number of people I have is better than usual, so maybe posting it on my socials has helped a little bit. You know, I can only do so much on my end. I can be really active, I can be a good personality, and I can actually do good art. But it really would mean nothing if nobody... a little bit of it comes from word of mouth and just people supporting me, fans supporting me and whatever. So, don't have to do it this time around, but maybe my things that I'm doing will wind up being so good that people are like, oh my god, he's online, he's on again. And that's that viral nature, anyways, is where people want to, you know, go grab a friend or whatever. So let's look at the bottom of this. I'm going to work this down on to that. This is TLS, or this is what do you call it? The epoxy sculpt, but it also has a layer of cause clay over that. But it's firm, solid. Turned out really gross. Somewhat better. Doesn't have to be perfect. And I will even this up a little bit work it like this on with my thumb in the middle. That'll get the air bubbles out. Then I can roll it this way. Now I'm just barely catching that trim piece over here. You see that? But that's perfect. It's so perfect. And I'll wrap it this way. Left a little piece right here just empty, but we can do a final piece in the corner. I'll get to that part of the bridge. I'll cross that bridge when I get to it. I'll take off the excess. Let's continue working this on. Ooh. In shot. Preferably in the shot where you can see what I'm doing. Wow, this is wild. I love clay. That's probably not surprising. I don't think I'll ever be used to this. It's the clay, the medium, the ability to sculpt and express or create whatever it is people say it is you're doing. It's such a wonderful thing, and I acknowledge it as, or I recognize it as a gift. Not to imply that I'm good at it. What little bit that I can do. What little I can do. It's just a gift to me, a blessing. I'm super thankful that I can do it at all anyways. That camera angle is hopefully gonna work for you. Now, it's not much clay there. It's almost like it's already been trimmed and everything. So I'm wondering, what I want to do is cut this is a corner, a 90-degree corner. I don't know if you can see that. I can do a side view, maybe like this. It's a sheet. It's basically a sheet on top of another sheet that's been cut at a 90-degree angle. So to get rid of that, you have two options. You can tool it. You could take something like this and kind of just tool it down onto the other one. Or you can opt to slice it ever so gently, like this. And I kind of want to do both just for the exploratory. I'm super curious about all aspects of art, whatever it is I'm doing. Even if I come up with an idea, it's like, no, this is the safest and easiest way, go ahead and do it. I don't know, I might want to try to cut this. So maybe just a little, how about I do it up here, since this is seemingly thicker and the gap is higher. I don't know, maybe this clay was a little bit thicker than this clay. I don't know what happened. It just looks thicker, so it's more to tool down. So I will do a form of both. I'll grab that tool I just had in my hand. I'll go find it. Where did you go? You couldn't have went very far. Here we go. Tool. And I don't know what would be a great angle for you guys. I kind of have to be able to see what I'm doing though. So we'll go with this, okay? And I will just compress this clay like this. Now that's going to move. Maybe I'll roll it like this. That seems to be a heck of a lot better. And if I even get the tip of the tool on that other, the top, this, okay, words. I'm trying to say some kind of words. It's difficult. It's difficult for me to talk sometimes. Believe it or not, it seemed like I never shut up. But outside of just filling up the air with empty, just meaningless stuff, when I'm trying to be specific and instructive, it's kind of hard sometimes. But I'm rolling this tool, and I got the end of it at the edge of this sheet right here. Because I'm trying to affect the strip underneath it as less as possible. And if you're careful and gentle and slow, it will work for you. I'm liking that. We'll go with this. This is not bad. So just keep doing this. I'll just keep doing this. And I'm not paying mind to where okay, so we know this end of it is going to go to the end of the sheet, and just try not to go further because I don't want to mess with this finish strip that's underneath it, right? But on the other side of it, this bottom part right here where I first strike it, if I'm mindful of where that placement is, it'll create a new edge, like a new corner. It's just something that take note. Like if I started way back here and compressed it, it would make a dent way underneath. If I start generally in the same area everywhere, I'm creating a new corner down there. I just noticed this, okay? I'm just sharing with you what I'm thinking. Just shut up and do it, Tom. You're good. Just do it. I can paintbrush this. I can also drag this back down if needed. I can gently, just work the clay a little bit. Maybe like this. Thank you, and welcome back. Welcome back. You are always welcome in this stream. Thank you for swinging in and swinging out, whatever it is you need to do. I appreciate you. The time. I appreciate your time. Time is precious. You're limited, okay? We don't know how much time we have on this planet, so any minute you're spending with me doing this it's precious, and I am absolutely thankful. Not trying to get mushy on you. Just saying thank you. And thank you for saying it looks good. Yeah, we got clay on the thing. And I'm right now I'm working on mating the cover sheet with that test strip or the finish strip that's underneath it. And as I turn this, you'll see the edge. Gosh, I don't know. Green is kind of hard to show up, I think, on camera. Then again, I am not using my glasses. I'm nearsighted, so all this is perfect. I'm seeing like in crystal clear quality. Let me focus again. Alright, we are in absolute focus. And I will continue doing my thing. I'm just rolling this cover sheet up to the other one. If you do small areas, like the less clay I push, the higher the PSI, pounds per square inch, versus if I had like a really big, like if I was going like this big tool, I'm pushing way too much. It's going to bulge and move my finished piece. I don't want it to shift. And what it would do, the shifting it would do, is basically it would move this green line up over the gum and be uneven and all, which is not a huge issue. I could cut it or trim it or sculpt it. I could do some of that sculpting that you do, you know. I'll figure it out, but I'm just going with this as how I'm seeing it, and that's actually almost disappearing completely. That line, wow, it's like magic. I just went across this way, rolling it downwards from the finish sheet onto this sheet. Just a little variation between the two actions are blending these two things together. And a slight piece of this, like I could touch my finger on this clay softener and just kind of rub it back and forth, and it'll clean that up. But I don't want to do that right now. I want to do the majority of this while I can. You want to work it dry as much as you can before hitting it with any kind of softener, because it's easy to put it on, but it's more difficult to take it back off, which you can. You could wrap it in some paper towels or something. Anything porous will remove. That's still, you can still see. I really do worry about, I want y'all to be able to see what I'm doing. And sometimes it's like, I don't get to see what y'all do. It's like, I can't do it. Listen, if I don't see what I'm doing, I can't do it. So I have to kind of see. But I'm always conscious about that. It's one of my pet peeves, I guess, is make sure that camera can see. Because you can't sit here with me and just watch at whatever, vantage point you want to. Unfortunately. So I gotta do the best I can to make visibility good. And I'm just back and forth pretty gently. I'm got this interesting thing going on. I'm holding it with my thumb, and it's giving me some stability there. It's actually turning out awesome. I'm killing this. This is working. Because what it is I have a task at hand. I have to wrap this in clay. And I got to do it without getting everything, the mouth dirty, the inside part dirty. And I have to, that's the most important part, really, I suppose. So I know what the task is, so then I got to come up with a solution or an idea on how to do that. And this is it. This is what I'm doing. That looks good. So look, the bottom's on, right? Here it is. Oops. Super nice. Alright, so, and then I mentioned I wanted to do a cut for this top, because remember my strip, here is a piece of the strip. Here's something that kind of interesting. I don't know which one it was. I have two different sizes. I think I went with the top one was a smaller one. So let's, just to be safe, we'll put the smaller one up here first. I'm not sticking it up there. I just want to see something. Show you something. There. Now you can see where the test strip ends underneath this clay up here. Sometimes that might be important. It's down, it's level with the bottom of it, okay? The test strip. This piece, it's the same strip. I just put it on top of this. So you have, it's about that much of that clay is, it's underneath. So it is enough clay to cut the corner of that off. So just to test my skills, or lack thereof, or whatever, I'm gonna cut a little bit of this off. Or let's explore this logically and look at it from different angles. What's going on here? Okay, so if I don't cut this edge off, try to put an angle on it, and I leave it like this, when I do roll this to where it meets that down there, it'll give me a rounded, the clay will still be there. So it may not follow this profile that I'm expecting it to do. It may make it look, it may change it dynamically if I leave the clay there and I just compress it and roll it. However, so if I cut it though, I hold the tool like right here-ish and cut just a slight corner off of that, it's less clay there that's not intended to be there anyways. Because remember, the actual contour that I'm trying to do is like this. It's pretty normal. Like he doesn't have a lip there or anything. It's just going to be a wrap like it did down here. So in light of that, I'm going to go ahead and try to cut the corner off. I'm just trying to point out both angles, both views of why it might matter. Get out here, Nat. So I'm going to just be real careful with this and super gentle, and I'm almost touching that piece underneath. I looked up there to check the camera. So what did that do? Like I said, I didn't want to touch the clay underneath it. I'm still wanting to use the tool. I'm going to tool this on there. And another thing I kind of noted is the other end of the cut that's up high. If I keep my depth the same all the way across, it makes a pretty much even Steven all the way across, which could be important because I don't want to have uneven clay. Just taking note of everything. So the deeper I cut there, if I cut too deep, it'll raise that up higher. This is actually, all kidding aside, it's actually really nice. Like, look how clean this cut is. Well, this line goes just like this, and it's straight. It's not wavy, is what I mean. I'm gonna mess it up here in a minute with the tool, but it's just something I am fascinated with it all. So let me turn it right here. Now you can actually see I just turned it. See how this looks? You got a corner here from the cut, but that's fine. It's fine. A while back I watched Andy Griffith with my wife There's a lot of shows I haven't really watched because as a kid I didn't really watch TV. Um, and I never watched any of that. And she's like, "Are you kidding? You haven't seen any of that?" And so I watched it all, and something that the main actor, I can't remember his name. He would be like, it's fine." It's just something that kind of stuck with me. And I was really, really enjoying that show. It's like a series. Season had multiple seasons until Barney left. When Barney left, it kind of died for me. It's like this new guy. They're like, you got to act like Barney and try to be goofy and stuff. It was like, no. The problem is he should have just been himself, and it would have been a new character, and I would have been able to accept that a lot easier than trying to replace Barney. Because some people you can't replace. Well, actually, technically, you can't replace anybody. There's only one of everybody. You know what I mean? So it's kind of an issue when Hollywood wants to remove a character. Now this I got a little higher right here. Hopefully it's okay. Just taking that harsh corner off. Just trying something out. Hopefully it's not gonna bite me in the butt. One even clean swipe would probably serve me a lot better than multiple. Let's see how. Look, yep. Just follow through and watch this end. It's not. It didn't touch that at all, and that's nice, clean. It's like this. Nice. It's nice and clean. So now I'll use that tool, and I'll mess all that up. Well, not mess it up. I got to be optimistic. I'll use this same tool. We'll start over here. Somewhere. Okay, alright. Let me get my mouse because and double check that I even it's still streaming. I like to see how many people are on, and I have it to where you can't see that. Cool, I see it again. Another sip of some water. Trying to remember to drink fluids while I do this. That one night when I streamed for 5 hours straight, I didn't eat or drink anything. It's like I was so thirsty afterwards. It's not good, you know. You gotta stay hydrated. I'm gonna start right here and work this way because I'm left-handed. It's easier to go like that, and then over here I'll just start. Or why don't I just? I'll start right here then and work my way all the way around. Well, actually, didn't I start? I started backwards over here. Oh, because the tool is right here, right? The tool is down here and it rolls this way. Obviously, I'm not going to do that here. I have to turn the tool around, like here. So, you know what? I think way too much sometimes. I'm going to hold it like this. Tilt it a little bit. Hopefully you can see that. Okay. Starting up here where that cut is. the corner of it. We don't want an angle like that. We don't want it to look like I just ran a box cutter or whatever, an X-Acto knife over that. And I'm wondering if I should use a flat. This is a curved surface. That side's flat. Let me look. You know, like this side's flat and this side has a sharpen to it, like a kind of a curve. So I'll use the side, not the flat side, but this side that's curvy. Let's just see what this does. It's wider, so I'm going to be using more pressure. Not going to focus too much with this right here. I can always come back with my knife and cut it. I don't need to have a slit running that far. At least you can see it now. It's more contrast. This contrast is better with this green here as opposed to that epoxy sculpt shell. So moving forward, this seems to be doing me well, especially this part right here. That edge, that corner that the knife put on there is easily removed by rolling this tool. And the very end of it, where that line is, it's a little more difficult to get rid of that because see, watch, it doesn't really matter much. I can go back and fix this. I can move it up, I can clean it. It's not that big of a deal. I'm just being careful, surgical. Compress this, roll it and compress it. Mainly get that angle from that cut away from the top. And as far as the seam line where they join together, I'll just get this with my thumb. It seems like it works. If not, just a little bit more. Maybe roll it back this way. That seems to do it. A little bit at a time. Yay! Me neither. I need to go bye-bye. Okay. Bye again. Thanks for stopping by again. And yes, I can't wait until it's complete either. I want to see it in all its glory. I'll spin it around on my turntable and I'll probably hold it in camera, on the camera or whatever for scale. Sometimes it helps to, like, you can see my hands how big this is. It's a good sized sculpture, I think. Um, and then the coolest part about finishing a sculpture is that you get to start another sculpture, and I'll have to figure out what that is. Like, what am I going to make? What should I make? What would be cool if y'all had the ability to do what I'm doing? What would you do with it? That's a good question, isn't it? What would you make? What would you do? Oh, you can definitely see in this angle right here with the lighting interval, you can definitely see this angle that the razor knife, the X-Acto knife left, right? So you can see how this is helping me, this tool. I go like that and it goes away. Maybe a couple little, seems like repetitive presses work better than just this one. Clay moves through repetitious pressing easier than one single forceful press. I think it's because it's a fluid. In a way, it's kind of fluid. Almost everything is, I guess, except steel or diamond. Even the ground, like out in your yard, it's fluid. It moves. It's just so slow, you wouldn't perceive it. Viscosity, maybe that's the word too. It has a certain viscosity. So by doing multiple, by rocking it back and forth, activating that viscostic nature. I don't know. I'm using words I can't even spell. I probably should stop. But at any rate, it's working better. It's pretty clean too, relatively speaking. I mean, I got a little bit of lines and stuff there now from this tool, but I can easily figure that out. Now, I know it to be a little shallow in here-ish. So when I push down like this, it's going to collapse down in there, which might affect how I'm doing this. Oh, the ball jointed ones, where basically it's different pieces that everything can move. Um, I have to look that up. What you're talking about? I have to see something. Sometimes I have to see what it is. Uh, I know they got this little wooden thing. It's for posing. It's like a wooden mannequin, like it's usually like this tall, and you can pose it in different forms. It's for drawing, like you can draw. You help you to draw or something. Uh, I mean, you wouldn't use it directly in art. I guess you could. It's like, this is my armature. Uh, but you could make pieces like that in that kind of concept, and then just drill a hole through them or whatever, and have a wire in there, or a string, or maybe in a marionette, like a Pinocchio. Is that kind of what you mean, like a Pinocchio? Oh, cool. Coolness. Yeah, that would be kind of cool. Adding function to art is always a cool thing. It's always going to be a cool thing. Because without that, it's just something you're going to look at every now and then. You just walk in front of it and kind of appreciate it. But if it's a, something that you're using, which, you can't use it for, like, eating ware. Like, you wouldn't want to make a polymer clay spoon or something. But you could absolutely wrap the handles to tools and stuff like that. And that increases function. It adds function to the art. It says I'm not getting enough video. Is it a little laggy? Cool, yes. I'll let you look that up for me. I'm always curious. Alright, so I somewhat worked this seam line away everywhere. It's weird. It squeaks. And I can use just my thumb right here to fix this contour out here. And you can see what that's doing. It's looking really, really nice. It's squeaky clean. Okay. I am now going to just kind of fix some of this. I wasn't able to keep it from moving. Actually, it's so little concern. Okay, down here. I did notice, like right here, just checking to make sure I have focus. It almost seems like just cutting that off any place that I don't like would be easier than trying to move it. So now I just put some of the softener on my, see how it's shiny? And I'm just going to go like this. Just trying to make it finished looking. And oh my gosh, it's so nice. In my humble opinion, it's so nice. I went through the effort of shaping my core piece, this thing right here that I perforated. I made it nice. And I even put a little bit of a sand on it. I sanded it because see how this is lumpy, and any kind of incorrection, or like say it's bulged out here on the side a little bit. So you somewhat fix it. You can sand a little heavier on this side and correct some of this, because it might be kind of hard to do this. But this is the technique I use to make this open mouth concept. I get this as close as I can, put a little bit of sand action on it. That way when I put my sheet on here, it's every step, there's multiple steps to make the finished result. Okay, you have the armature shell, and then you have a skin layer on it, and then you got to clean it and do this right here, and then you'll have the final results. If you get as close as you can to perfection, the best you can on each step, it makes it a lot easier to achieve that finished look that you're looking for. The finished result will be more favorable. What I mean by that is if I hadn't sanded this a little bit, that shell thing that I made, it would be lumpy, wavy. So this thin, same thickness sheet that went over it would also be lumpy and wavy. It would require me to tool it a lot more or even sand it afterwards. So some people probably think that I go crazy. I over sand things or just get too meticulous. It's not. I don't think it is. Ooh, excuse me. That was probably right in your ear. I'm so sorry. But if you just pet the dinosaur like this, it'll look pretty. Maybe I can come back into it's a bit of a weirdness right there. Sometimes you're not going to get something to do something with just doing this. So you got to put a tool on it. Okay, so I just mentioned earlier that it would be easier to do this. Let's see. Oh my goodness. Wow. You know what? I actually shock myself a lot of times. I can't believe what it is I'm doing. It's almost too much. This is looking wild. Like, almost like computer animated. Well, that's what this is anyways. Or just high end. I don't know what the word looks good. How about that? Can we just be simple, keep it simple, and just say, this looks good? I don't normally just go on about that. I'm pretty humble when it comes to my work. I'll tell you if I'm not really liking it or if I'm not digging something, pretty much. But and a lot of times I lean towards that, like, no, I'm not that good. I'm self-taught, I don't really know what I'm doing. I wing everything. I say those things a lot, you'll find. But rarely, if it'll be something going on like this, and I'll be like, oh my gosh, this is it. I'll feel like I'm good, or whatever. It's a rare thing to feel super confident. But I personally think artists should express not just the humble thing, like, oh, I'm terrible at what I do, and that I'm just lucky at whatever it is I'm doing, or whatever. That can be, to me, that can be grating a little bit. Now, I'll give you an example. It was during Halloween one year, a long time ago. I was looking at an article. It was this guy that was carving on pumpkins. The most unbelievable sculpting work. Doing faces, meticulous, accurate, super highly accurate faces of people, zombies, aliens, just unbelievable. I mean, this is before AI and stuff, so I would even, if it was during this time, I wouldn't even think it was real, okay? And like, over and over, he's like, I'm not very good, I can't. I'm not good at this at all, or whatever. And it was just, to me, it was almost annoying. It's like you can clearly see it's the best sculpting ever in the world, but on a pumpkin, okay? And the guy just doesn't want to acknowledge that. I don't know why I don't know why it meant something to me, but it's just something I'm just pointing out. It's okay to feel like you're doing good at a particular piece of work. It's okay to be humble and to feel like it's not good or whatever. You can have a mixture of that, right? Right? Just checking out what y'all saying. I got something weird here going on. I'm gonna sculpt with this razor knife. It's a tool. Anything's a tool. A toothpick is a tool. You can use anything. Okay, the top, that looks so freaking clean to me. Let's do a little bit something to the bottom here. Ooh! Maybe not that much. Or maybe, let's just see. Uh, did I use... Y'all have been watching and paying attention, right? Did I use this only on the top side, right? Not the bottom. Correct? I'm thinking that's the case because this is so bad. I wish I would have took a look before putting that stuff on there. But I'm going to try to take some of that waviness out. I'm almost certain I didn't use this on the bottom here. I just used that spoon-like thing. And it's working. It's helping. It's just wild. Wildly. So it's motions like this on a super slippery surface. Right, that's what I'm thinking too. That's why this is all lumpy and knotty down here. That spoon thing was, you know what? I just said I wish I hadn't put that stuff on there, and I did it again. It's okay. This will just take some of that. You almost don't want to do finished surfaces like this with your finger. You want to figure it out with a tool. Get it close to a tool with a tool. Whatever it is you have to do, you kind of figure it out like I'm doing right now. And then you can take your finger with the softener and kind of float it out. But it can only do so much. It's a magic that only has so much power. You can't float out these dents and stuff. It looked like like hammered metal. And it's just not going to do. If it did, it would be a long time, like more than I care to be messing with down here. So this is correcting that. It's the better tool. And it's a process I'm learning. Yeah, I'm figuring it out as I go. It's proof that I figured this out as I go. I don't really know what I'm doing. Do you see how that's actually kind of neat. It's gliding on that slippery stuff. And I'm rotating it as it goes. So a little bit right here. Close enough. And I can cut me a new clean line, remember? From before. So let's see what this does. So now I'll just drag my finger back and forth and or like this, whatever you decide to do. It floats, it'll float out some of that. And what I'm trying to do is achieve a finished look without needing to hit it with some sandpaper. Because you can easily bake this and just with even like a fine grit sandpaper. Let me do this right here too. This, can you see that, right? Look how shiny how that does. Yeah, it's right here, it's thick. Oops. Now I did not sand the sides of these mouths before doing this. And with hindsight, that would actually help me a little bit for the same reason I sanded the pieces in the first place. This thing right here, so the clay can lay flat. That was clay that I put on top of that, and I just worked it on there and smushed it around and all. It's unruly under there. Ooh, a gash alert. I just dug in right there. Go like this. Less dangerous than doing it the other way. And then maybe come back a little bit further back here. Work on that corner. It's really not a corner. I didn't cut it like I did the top. I did the top and bottom two different ways, which is a great thing for discovery and just trying to learn different things. Experimenting different techniques, different ideas. That's way better. Still got a little bit of a waviness, like right here. But as long as I can, I can allow, you know what, I'll just, it's right here, so compress the clay around the low area until it disappears. Wow, I think that did it. It did it enough. I'm relying on the sheen. When I go like this, there's waves to this. Like if it needed to be like glass, you can come back and sand this after the fact. But like I mentioned, I'm not sanding this. I might hit it with some steel wool, or not even that. I'm thinking maybe a really delicate Brillo pad, like those green things. Just lightly rub it down in some water, and it'll get trash, because there's trash on this. There's a hair right here. There's little green speckles and stuff. Just for that finished look. Because any amount of sanding is going to remove my texturing. And I didn't do a whole lot of texturing to begin with. So I don't really have much. I can't afford it. It's sad. I don't like that metaphor. It seems to be the way too close to reality. I don't have enough clay to what am I trying to say? I lost my thought. That looks good. Oh, you can see the low areas. They're like shadows, darker areas. It takes a trained eye, but it's really easy to see when you sand it. Because if the first 2, 3 passes with a sandpaper, everything will get wider and or darker depending on what's going on. The point is the low areas will contrast because they haven't got roughed up with the sandpaper. So you kind of look at that when you're sanding things and trying to achieve like a perfect glass-like finish. That's something you're kind of looking at. Some other people, they'll spray paint this like lightly with black or something. Like if you can't see it very well, like maybe when you sand this, it doesn't even contrast very well, which would be difficult. Then you just mist it with black, let it dry. Then when you sand it, anything black that's back or left behind would be a low spot. You want to kind of remove all the low spots. If you need it to be like a glass like machined surface, that's how that's achieved. It's a science. There's a science to it. Okay. We have the top and bottom sheet is now on. And it's cleaned up. Look how nice that looks. Or in my opinion, it's pretty nice, I think. I don't know, there's dinosaur critics out there. I was already called out with having a droopy tail. It's like, why is the tail flossed? And immediately I panicked. I'm like, oh my god, what did I do wrong? I had to look the word up. I didn't know what flossed even meaned. So it's like a limp or sagging or okay. And then I'm looking at dinosaurs. I'm like, yeah, their tail goes out. Wow. But the image I'm using, it doesn't have that. So I'm going by a single image of referencing, not multiple images, which is not like an advantage or something better or whatever. It just happens to be what's going on, what's happening. It's just what's up, you know. So, but it's a cartoon. Obviously, it's not going to look like whatever. Cool. Look at that. Oh my goodness. It has a very characteristic. The head. You can see how the head comes out. Here's the body head on the camera, so that it comes over a little bit, and it's got a lean to it. It's such character. I mean, I could have made it perfectly straight up and symmetrical, but why? I could easily just be saying that because that's how I got it on there, so I'm making up something that makes me sound better. No, if I wanted it to be straighter, the little U thing, the metal that was in there, I would have turned that to where it was level. Or not this way, level this way. You know what I'm saying? Horizontal. Horizontally, I would have had it, I would have bent it more this way. I didn't. I chose not to. It was a choice. And we're going with it. So now, I have this little area right here from here to the neck. If you look, it's a little weird. There's where it folded over. There's a couple pieces of fold. This is lower than that. This is lower than this. It's almost good. Like there's clay there, so it's hard to tell that it's missing anything or anything's off kilter. So, I don't think I need to do anything super technical. I could probably just use little pieces of clay instead of trying to use sheets and everything. I can sculpt a little bit. I don't need to entirely use just sheets and pieces of clay to build out. But for something specific, an idea, yes, make this shell that's perforated that has somewhat of a squarish or rectangle-ish look, but still rounded because it's a cartoon, polygon-based cartoon. For the very highly specific things, I will use measured pieces of clay and shapes and stuff to build that. But every now and then I'll let loose and just sculpt. See, I can even take and work this stuff in, and it looks fairly good. But it's clearly lower. I intended to put more clay in there. I gotta think for a second. And also, I got to do something with the corner of the mouth. That poor little picture. Oh. This does kind of like a somewhat sharp and slightly rounded at the end. And it's at a different angle too. More smiley. This is kind of straight. Oh, he's got like a different look going on. It's just how it's happening. You know what I mean? I wasn't planning too much. Okay, but I understand it. I understand it. What if I wanted to make mine look like this? See how this goes up like he's almost happy? Well, he's obviously happy. It curves up like this. To achieve that, when I get my little piece, because that's the basis of this, the skull is different. I did a perforation straight all the way around. Instead, what I would have done, say this is it right here. I would have curved this up more. I would have made that contour so this piece right here would have been all solid. And then when I have these things there, all the clay would follow the bone. The bone is different. But this is okay. This is called, it's diversifying it. It's making it different and somewhat unique. Making it my own, so to speak. Kind of in a way, you don't want to do things exactly anyways because with, copyright issues and stuff. This is textured everywhere. It's turning out to be different. He didn't have these little folds and stuff on his knees, just the big knobby knees, and it's turning out different. So, I'm going to do something with this. I mean, if I absolutely needed to, I could probably just lose some of my teeth here and just have this line come up a little bit. But I'm not going to do it. I'm going to follow through with what I got going on. I like it. And right now, what I'm trying to do, I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to put this piece of clay on there and make it look like a clean end. I don't think there's any easy way to do that. But we'll see. Let me put this down here like this. You can see what I'm doing down here. Can I cut the inner corner of the mouth and get it close with this tool, maybe? Or is it just so soft? Look, it didn't. It didn't. Okay. So, that's dirty. Oh, that charcoal pencil I just had in my hand. I drew onto that other thing. So just a little piece of clay right here. We'll have to do the same on both sides. Let's just put that there for now. No need to rush forward, right? There's a piece of clay on there. We can make that the corner of the mouth. I'll need another one for the other side. And it's right there-ish. Let's see how this one is. It's even longer. So it looked like it was like that last tooth on the bottom. There's a tooth right there. So there's the last tooth, right? No, that's clay right there. Here's the last tooth. Is that? I'll put a ruler on that thing if need be. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that's 4 teeth. That's the last tooth. And let me look at the other side now. Just set that there for now. 1, 2, 3, 4. No. It's... What is that down there? Is that a tooth? 1, 2, 3, 4. No, that's clay. Yeah, from when I smashed it all together, maybe? I see the pink tongue. Let me explore this and find out what this is. First of all, okay, can you see what I'm doing? Is it in focus? Okay, I'm going to pull this back off for a second. And I'm going to cut this clean. There's a little piece that could be cleaned right here. We're going to clean that. Boom. That's nice. Now what is this underneath here? That's not a tooth. It's pink. Do you see my... This is... Okay, this is pink. That's the tongue. It's got red in it. This thing right here. But the thing next to it, it's gum material that got all crazy. So can I'm going to try something really quick. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's not a tooth. I got some of it off. Oops. I'm just wondering, what if I needed this to be open and visible, and that's in the way now? It's workable. It's toolable. I just got some of that off. But the corner of the mouth, it doesn't go back that far anyways. If I want to be consistent and count the teeth and use those as like a guide, which is what I'm going to do. That's 1, 2, 3, 4 teeth. Remember how I built this? So you can see it like this too. You got 2 teeth in the front, then 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. They're square, and this is not that great looking. But I did the same concept. And it looks like this kind of rides up a little bit, the curve, for more of a smile. You know, I wasn't thinking about that. I did straight all the way around, perforated all the way around. It's something I'm going to ride with now because I already have all this done. But moving forward, I'm just that much better already from observation. Just observing. Okay, so what I can do is in an effort to not make it too closed off, I'll have the teeth visible. Can I do that on this side? Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4. That would make this come back a little bit further. Maybe right here. So technically speaking, this should be somewhat the same on both sides now. I don't care how thick this is and what it looks like. I haven't tooled it on there. I'm just kind of, you know what? Sometimes an inch and an eighth from the end of this tooth right here. Looks like we got about an inch and an eighth. It's perfect. It's at least it's matched. Does it need to be that? Could it be bigger or longer? I don't know. We're gonna go with this. We're gonna try it and see what we can do. Like, can we tool this on here? It should be fairly easy. I'll just drag the clay like this to the other stuff, the surrounding area. And compress this, roll it back into that void. And voila, it has a corner now of the mouth. Fairly important, you know what I mean? It's just this loose end that needed to be figured out. And we're in the process of figuring that out right now. And I think I got it figured out. That may need more, I might need more clay behind its head. I might not. It looks like it's blending fairly well. Not too focused on this, the back of the head and the neck and everything. It's right here. It's right here is where I'm kind of doing. Oh, let me look. My goodness. Cool, cool. I need to buy me some new cosplay myself. Thanks for the head tilt comment and see you later again. Thanks for hanging out. Okay, just catching up with the comments. I'm supposed to do that. I'm supposed to like interact with you guys, but I also have to be sculpting. So it's a balance, and I'm learning it. So I stop every now and then. I read what's going on over there. But I get kind of engrossed in what I'm doing. Probably the same what you do. I mean, a lot of times people are not commenting because they're just watching, like fascinated. Like, am I getting this in a shot? I guess it's good enough. Just I can use some softener and clean this up, but I'm gonna get it fairly close with this tool. And you see how it's acting, how it's responding, doing a little area like this. I may even be able to get that other tool, this thing. You know, it worked for me so well before. This is all of a curvy area, so that's not going to do me very much. I have a larger spoon-like thing. Where'd it go? That ain't... That's that one. Hold on. I almost am certain... Here, yeah. Looky there. It's even bigger. Why do I need it? For right here, maybe? And then a... Oh, goodness. It's kind of loose, that liquid. Comes out rather easily. Small little circles, and that'll float this out where it looks good. And I could do some little tooling right here if needed, depending on what we got going on down there. Alright, so what do we have going on right there? And what tool could I use? This is a stylus, point or a ballpoint stylus tool, pretty much. Now I'm getting some doggone green on them teeth, but that's okay. There's actually fingerprints on them teeth. When I bake this the second time, get all this, when this is all finished and I bake it, I can do some surgical sanding with like 400 grit or whatever, just enough to take those fingerprints off, and that green will come off there too. So not too worried about it. I'm not too scared. I'm just trying to, right now, and it may not be a great angle, but I'm trying to follow this all the way around. It's another piece that I'm tooling on there, and it has to have flow with everything else. And it looks like I'm getting it. I'm getting it where I'm getting what I need here. Inside there, I'll try. I don't know if I can get y'all to see it. Who's there? My cat. Like, my wife's asleep. Who's coming in here? Oh my gosh. The door's open, Tigger. You just opened it. Just come in the rest of the way, booger. Your Majesty. Tigger's coming here to go to sleep on the other chair in here. He's my precious kitty cat. I love Tigger. Did you hear him hop up on that other chair? He'll go up there and take a bath and then go to sleep. And then when I go to bed, I'll pick him up and I'll take him into bed with me. Because he's already gonna, he'll notice I'm not here anymore, and he'll get up, he'll go in the room. So instead of him waking me up, I'll just go ahead and bring him in there. And fun fact, there's 2 chairs in here in this room, one in front of the computer chair, and this is my crafting area where I'm sitting. I just wanted 2 chairs instead of rolling back and forth. I figured that would be better. He needs to sit in the one that's in front of the computer. It don't matter, because I got a pleather, like a fake leather chair, and a cloth chair. It doesn't matter what the material is. He just needs to be in front of the computer. And I only noticed that because I need to sometimes get on the computer and it's like, so I'll move the chair around. I'll switch them with him in it. Sometimes I'll wheel the whole chair out into the kitchen with him sleeping in it, and then I'll go to bed. Because the other cat wants to pee on the floor sometimes. And so I want to shut the door. But obviously I don't want to shut my cat up in here. How does this look? That looks really freaking good. I mean, we got some. This is nice finished work, y'all. And where are we at on the time on this? 2 hours and 15 minutes. That's not unreasonable considering what I'm doing. Yes, thinner places with cause clay, it's rubbery. Yeah, I just, you know what? I'm not getting paid to say this or anything, but I'm a fan for life. All my stuff is going to be made with cause clay. I have things that shattered on me, that broke, cracked, and stuff. Of course, there's technical things. There's still things I got to figure out. Like, you gotta. The armature on this was so rock solid. I might even start using, in conjunction with cause clay, the epoxy sculpt. This 2-part material. You mix part A and part B together in equal amounts, and it gets. That's what this is. Where'd it go? That's what this is. I mean, you can hear that. It's like a rock. It's really, really strong stuff. So you can use it to enhance an armature, like to add strength to wire or whatever, or make an armature more dynamic. Like, I don't know if you're new to the channel, but I just recently made a really, really good spider. And this is armature wire. This is galvanized wire. That's how big it was supposed to be. And I just basically used a lot of this clay. This is that epoxy sculpt, and all these are nice and stable in there, but it adds dynamic. It makes, you can make like more dynamic armatures when you work in conjunction with the epoxy sculpt. So it's just something I'm trying out. But with cause clay, back to cause clay, it actually gives me the confidence to where I feel like I can sell my work. This will be for sale on Etsy. Poor little guy, I want to keep him. I want to keep him because he's so cute. Or, I guess. We ain't got his eyes on here yet, so maybe that'll change a lot of the dynamics of it. But you know, it ain't going to pay the bills if I keep everything I make. I have to support myself. So you have to let the things go. I sold that spider for $20. It's like 25 hours of work, and it was like almost like metal. It was an accident. I meant to sell it for $40. Apparently I'm still learning how to use Etsy. But it's cool. I'm happy someone has something I made. This is done. This is not done. So let's stop blah blah blah, and I gotta work and talk too. I've been told that sometimes. So I'll do the same thing I did on the other side. I'll drag this clay up to the other clay, and maybe I can talk too while I'm doing this. I have confidence now in my work. I would never sell anything because I'm really hyper conscious about things like that. I'll be thinking like, I don't want the break ever when it leaves the house and it's in somebody else's possession. Obviously you can't guarantee things for life, and there's the user end of it. Like if they're using it to play basketball or something, or just throwing it across the room, or target practicing it with a BB gun, obviously it's not gonna, you know what I mean, to a certain degree, it'll be the person who has it, up to them to take care of it too. But on my end though, it's got to survive shipping for sure. I mean, it can't just show up broken, and it's got to be somewhat stable to be held and viewed and appreciated. And before, I could not achieve those things. All those criterias weren't there for me, so I just didn't sell anything. Super rare when I would sell anything. Like I sold a tiger face. It was actually a bad batch of clay, super brittle, but because of the nature of it, it was super thick shell. I'll probably do another face-like sculpture on that it's like on a turntable that's up on an easel or a A-frame thing. I just butchered a word. Um, it was a two-part mixture of Super Sculpey and Super Sculpey Firm. I don't know if I got a hold of a bad batch of Firm, because usually Super Sculpey's always good. It's fairly durable too. You know, I wouldn't sit here and say that it's not. I'm not gonna just completely be like, no, it's cosplay, always cosplay. I could talk about other clays for sure. Super Sculpey is a fairly durable, can be pretty durable. So I know it wasn't that part of it, but that Firm was like a very dry, it was a very weird type of clay. Am I in focus? Yeah, it looks like it. Okay. Oh, you've had with cosplay too? You have had things break? It can happen. I think it's a learning curve. And you know, to be honest, I think for me, I'm still learning how long things should be baked, and I know the temperature needs to be a certain temperature and all, but like, okay, there's technical things that can happen that you don't foresee. Like you may know the process of sculpting, like how to sculpt lines and stuff, and how to work the clay. But what if you don't know the technical aspects of the clay itself? I'll give you an example. When I first started sculpting, I was using air dry clay, potting clay, which is 40, I'd say 40% water. So, not really knowing that or considering that, I once used an armature for that, and it basically ejected the armature right out of the sculpture. This was like pre-polymer clay, my pre-polymer clay days. I did a few air dry sculptures, and then I tried firing them, and they would blow up like a bomb inside the kiln. And that was with the aid of my wife's grandma. She helped, you know, try to help me figure out that. I'm just looking at the shape of this because I would like to repeat that over here. It looks like it's much wider, and back here it kind of narrows down, so I got to figure out how to do that. Typically you can just roll the clay. Let me see if I can get it to do it by just rolling this clay like this. We're going to try to close that up a little bit. Then I moved to polymer clay. I was like, oh wow, it stays soft forever, which is nice because the air dry clay, you have to wrap it and keep spraying it and stuff. It's, you know, just a chore. It's something you have to do. And then even learning the polymer. Oh, another thing, technical thing that I didn't consider. I would bake all my things on a big piece of marble, and I would put the, like for example, my sushi, the lizard I have, was shattered. My cat jumped on it. He tried to kill it, and he did. He slid off the end table with the lizard, and it shattered into like 7 pieces. Because it didn't have an armature, it was just little pieces of foil wrapped in tape for the different limbs, like the four for the legs, like the forearm and the back of the leg or whatever. Anyways, when I baked that sculpture, it was also that bad batch of clay, that gray stuff that I skinned with a black skin colored clay with cane work. But the clay underneath it was that brittle gray stuff. But something I wasn't considering is when I stick a big piece of marble that's cool, it's room temperature, into the oven, it acts as a heat sink, and it's basically changing how long it takes for the bake time to, you got to have a certain temperature in the oven, okay? Well, if you have a big, massive piece of material in there, it will take longer to reach that temperature. It's just science. It's just how it works. And I didn't consider that until like later on. Now it's in my mind. I'm like, okay, this piece of marble that this is sitting on has mass. It's acting as a heat sink. And it can affect the dynamics of the baking by basically, if you don't bake it enough, the time wise, you're not going to get the proper fusion of the particles, the polymer clay particles. I can easily explain what polymer clay is, even though this is cosclay. It's basically instead of plastic particles, it's rubber particles. And when I say particles, I mean like if you took a piece of plastic and you ground it or you sanded it on like maybe 400 grit or 600 grit sandpaper, that powder you're getting, that material, basically it's powderized, ground up into a powder, microscopic particle pieces, and then that's mixed with the oil, and that's how you get this consistency here. Whereas polymer clay uses plastic as a base material to make this material. Cos clay is just rubber. They're grinding up a rubber instead, and then they mix it with the oil. Fusion happens in the oven at 275 degrees typically, and if you don't hit that temperature, you risk not having proper fusion and stuff. One thing that I've read over time, people talking about on forums and stuff. Some people are like, "Oh, I boil mine. I put pieces in and I boil it." And you know what? For whatever reason, it may work for them. But boiling water does not reach 275 degrees. It's actually much less, and it's not proper. Um, if you want things to not break on you, definitely don't boil. Uh, you don't want to boil it. I don't want to like start like a debate. Well, actually, I'm okay with debates. Some people try something a certain way and it might work for them, or they might pull off what they're trying to do, and then suddenly that's the way to do it. When there is an actual science behind the clay, it it, it fuses at a certain temperature. So like you hear a lot of people say, bake low and slow, where you can bake it longer if you turn the temperature down, and that works to a certain degree, but you still have to reach at some point you should have that temperature. You kind of should, you know. But over the years I've discovered different things, like, oh wow, this broke, why did it break? um and I try new things too. Like just recently I tried wrapping my armature with electric tape. Absolutely the worst idea. If you want your sculpture to be broken, go ahead and use electric tape. It is. I'm here to tell you, I tried it, and it's when you pull it tight, when you wrap it nice and tight around there, even the temperature change in your room can cause that rubbery plastic, the tape itself, to change its tension. Because when you wrap it, when you put a little bit of a tightness to it, it's under tension, right? So just imagine putting it in the oven. When it gets hot, it'll release that tension and all your clay will expand out. It'll destroy it. And I wasn't thinking about that. This is still open too much for me. It's doing something right here, right? Do I have a tool that kind of looks like that, I wonder? Somewhat. A little bit. So what's going on here? I was just going on and on about something. Uh, Sorry if I'm annoying or talking too much. I was going to add a song, like music. See, I'm part of the YouTube Partner Program, so I have access to uh, their music. It's actually nice quality music too. They have different levels where some's free, some has licenses that I have to purchase and all. But I did some brief research. It's not allowed to be used in live streams, unfortunately. So that was a no-go. So I could put like one track on and just have it loop real quietly. Turn the volume down on it, and it would be just something else to go along with my talking. I got this piece of clay on here. I'm trying to make it look like the other side. So now I'll tool this one on. Or try to. But cosplay has given me the confidence to even sell something instead of just making something just for visual entertainment. I can maybe take on commissions and stuff. If someone was like, "Hey, Ann, I saw you made an elephant. Can you make me one?" I would be like, "Well, uh, you know, see what they want for it, or what I haven't even done one yet. I have never done a commission. Well, a long time ago, I made an Eeyore for a friend, and it was like I used a single image for it too. It turned out really, really good. That's like back when I first started sculpting. I think I used Sculpey Original, or no, it was Super Sculpey, and I painted it with acrylic paints. That's another thing too. I'm using colored clay for this sculpture, and it's certain things you can't get away with. And it can have its like downsides or cons. Everything has pros and cons in life. One of the cons is sometimes colored clay has this half moon plaquing. It's called plaquing, and I noticed, you know what? This is actually works really, really well. It hasn't done any plaquing on this, and I'm just now noticing that. I almost thought there was a crack right here, but it's a hair from the brush. Um, and plus the tooling and stuff can look like it's just where it went in deeper. Like I went deeper right here, so. But something I did was I mixed TLS, this stuff. It's the glue. It's basically liquid Sculpey into this green clay, quite a bit of it to where it has like this tack to it, and I'm kind of a believer that it enriches the clay, it enhances it, adds strength, and I don't know, I had to just make a couple little shapes of something without it, and the same shapes with it, bake them a small amount of time, bake them a long time, do like tests, experiments, and see what's going on with it. For all I know, it may cause it to not do that plaquing or the half moon shapes. For all I know. I'm focusing again. I have to focus. Also, I getting tired. I'm talking so much. It's hard to do. I talk a lot around my wife because I'm super comfortable. Um, when I'm know somebody and I'm comfortable with them, I'll tend to be more chatty. Versus someone I don't know, I'll be kind of quieter. I'm autistic, so and I'll talk out of nervousness. Which when I first came back to YouTube from my previous bout of depression, basically, that's usually why I would leave. It's not because I just don't like it anymore. It's because I'm going through something and I just can't. But coming back, I was so nervous that I would chat and just non-stop talking, and not just that, wind up telling my life story and probably things I probably even shouldn't share. It's just out of nervousness. So this closed up a lot more for me. And I can recut this, which is what I plan on doing. But look at this side. If you look this side, it's kind of like a wedge with just a little round thing. This is still more like a this is more sharper because I needed to close it up some. I'm going to compress it more right there too. So when I cut my line, so now I need to just open it up a little bit more. It doesn't go into such a sharpness, if you see that. This is kind of hard to do. It's hard to make both something the same on both sides. Sometimes, depending on what it is. It can be tricky. But where there's a will, there's a way, okay? So I will just give it a go. Maybe we'll go with that. I'm being so delicate with it. You know, I probably could have been a surgeon if I didn't drink coffee. I can't operate on someone's brain after drinking 2 cups of coffee. It's a lot more critical. You know, this is just clay. But if I'm, you know, you get the idea. Okay, that helped a lot. But they're still like this. Whoop. It goes whoop. Right here, it goes down and back up. I'm exaggerating that so you can see anyways. So if I cut like this, I'm going to be right back where I was. So the solution to that is to push up right here. Push up, up, up. Without a dirty finger. Man, I should have never touched that charcoal pencil. I think I got charcoal on that. So what did that do? Up, up, up. That's looking a lot closer. And from here, it's just fixing the neck up a little bit and putting the mound up on that. That shouldn't take too long. But, I don't need to... Yes, I do learn a lot through trial and error. No, like you can do a slightly higher temperature, like 280 or whatever. I usually sometimes do that. Really, to get one of those all metal thermostats and just put it in the oven on your baking surface, And don't put no sculpture in there. And your oven will go beep 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 when it reaches temperature. But if you look at that thing, it may not necessarily actually say 275 degrees. So hold on a second. It should be in here. This is the thing that I'm talking about. This is an all metal. It's for something. It goes up to 600 degrees. So you could put this in like your grill or something. It's quite hot. But right here, it's very easily readable. There's 150, 200, 250. So 275 would be right here. Between this big line and that big line, that's 275. This will really let you know what's going on in your oven. You have it in the general area where your sculpture is going to be, and it will be a really, really good indication of what temperature is. You may find to have 275, you might have to set your oven to 280 or something. But if you actually want it to be a little bit hotter, like 280, which would be right, actually, that's 25 points difference. So like one of the notches or whatever it is, you just have to look at it. It's got a really sharp needle, and it's very slow moving though, and it'll help you understand the temperature in there, and also there's things called cold spots and whatnot. Most likely your oven is not convection, like it doesn't have air blowing around in it, so and having it close to an element like up at top or something, that can play a part in it. Most of the time you're baking it though, and that always comes from the element underneath. And in my case, with a huge thick piece of marble, that's a shield. Not only is that a heat sink, it's a heat shield too. So for me, I was struggling with just my preference, my preferred thing I was using to bake on was actually killing me. It was causing it to not bake properly, and it's something I just had to kind of understand later on. Broil, on the other hand, that works the element overhead. I always tell my wife that if she's just heating something up that's already been cooked, and you don't really want to heat up the sheet pan that it's on, that you can just broil it for a little bit, a few minutes to heat it back up. But the problem with that is you can't broil. I don't think you can broil at specific temperatures. It just says broil, which is too vague. You don't want to get too hot with things. But there's a lot of factors. It needs to get. This was a lot smaller piece of marble. I baked this on this. It's not a very big piece. And I hope you don't mind me like going over different things like this. It's cool because I'm interacting with people and I'm talking to them. This is a lot smaller than the marble that I normally use. It's like a big piece of marble. Huge, actually. So this is cold when I put it in there. Because most of the time when you put sculpture in there, you don't want to touch it. It's all finished, and the cool thing about using a piece of marble is you can set the finished work in there without touching it, and then with mittens or whatever, you can take it back out. And it's just a weird thing. See, now this is flat. The reason I like marble is because it doesn't bend. I found sheet pans kind of warp. They're not straight. And for like wall art or whatever, I want it to be flat underneath. So that was a kind of a requirement for me. I'm actually liking this. it looks fairly the same. See this right here? Now look at this right here. Its head's tilted, so I have to turn it the other way. What y'all think? Somewhat the same. We'll go with it. For the sake of we need to move on and do other things. I'm enjoying talking about the various things and stuff too. I don't really have the social. I'm working on the social part in my life, pretty much, and YouTube has helped me a lot. I've come a long way. I don't have really many friends. Just pretty much my wife. I don't talk to hardly anybody. And I don't mean to be that way. I'm trying to break free from that, actually. Because, I don't want to be alone. That's why I love it so much with streaming. It's nice. I have you guys. I'm not trying to get all mushy on you. But y'all, it's not just, I'm not just here for the money or whatever. It's also, it helps me in other ways too. It's just good all around. Now I just added a piece of clay right here. Push it down. I put TLS on that. I'm pretty sure I did. Let me check the comments and make sure. I could have did a little more first. You want me? Better safe than sorry. You're supposed to use TLS between baked surfaces and unbaked surfaces. It's like a... Oh, it's over here. It's a rule. And I want to do that. It actually will peel away. It's... This makes it for sure. And you can use it between layers of unbaked clay. Just to enhance how they come together. Because what if it's finished pieces of work that can't be pressed or something or messed with? Like you did some intricate tooling on a square item, like something maybe like this big. Oops, like a square thing, and it's going to go on a larger square thing. It's like a design for something, and you just need to place it on there, gently press down on it, and that was it. Putting TLS between those two parts would guarantee that it has a good bond without requiring you to press down on enough to actually make it mate to the other thing. I'm looking for my little brush so I can put this TLS on here. It can't hurt anything. It like I said, I believe it enhances the clay. However, adding TLS to your clay will essentially make it softer. Maybe not as effectively soft as the softening agent, which is basically like vegetable oil. This is like basically the same as vegetable oil or whatever. I mean, you can use that if you wanted to. But that literally just softens it. If you put it on the surface of this and keep moving around, it'll dissolve it. Whereas the other stuff, the cause or the TLS, I believe enhances it. It adds a stickiness to that. There's a stickiness to this, and I don't know if you ever tried it or not, but I poured a small puddle, just a tiny little puddle, of TLS onto my work surface when I was baking something, just experimenting to see what it would do. And when I pulled it off, it was like a piece of rubber. In a way, it is like cause clay. So that tells me right there that it's strength, it's flexibility. You can enhance your clay by adding TLS to it. However, the more you add to it, the less firmness you're going to have, which could be important. If the clay is real soft and you go to tool it with like your stylus tool or whatever, the clay around it will move and it won't hold its detail as well. That's why it can be important. Firm clay is definitely needed for certain aspects of sculpting. Soft clay could be used for filling in areas. Everything everything, and I think every clay is viable in some way. If it's dry, you can restore it. You can soften it with either a softener or TLS. The reason I added TLS to this is because I wanted to ensure that the clay bonded to the epoxy sculpt armature. I went all crazy after that electric tape and I made an epoxy sculpt shell. First time I ever did that. And it was so good. It really was. Ooh, look at that. You see that? That's from that paintbrush. And it's stuck. Oh, I gotta get that off of me. I almost wish they didn't put paint on paint brushes. I don't know why. I'm gonna have to clean that, and I can't use that brush anymore. Hold on, I'll be right back. Sorry. If I don't go wash my hands, I'll have little pieces of yellow all in that clay. And obviously that's not good. Hi, Sarah. Thank you. That means a lot, saying that. I feel awkward, really super awkward and stuff sometimes, so obviously a little reassurance on that end. Always, always appreciated. I talk about all kinds of things. I'm gonna just check the comments really quick. Oh yeah, me hydrate myself? I do need to do that, actually. Thanks, Kaoline. All that talking, I done lost all my moisture. Yeah, I forget, and I'm trying to be healthier with myself because of that recent health scare I had happen. Uh, you know, before that, I would all day I would have maybe 1 cup of coffee and maybe 1 bottle of water, and that's after running and digging and doing all this crazy stuff, which is absolutely bad. Just so you know, you have to drink water. We're made of water. Like the majority of us is. There's a lot of water in us. Okay, so it would just make sense to drink water, and I wasn't always kind to myself health wise, and because of that recent thing I just went through, I'm trying to I just see life differently, and I drink plenty of water now. Maybe not so much as immediately after it happening I was like drinking 6 bottles a day. I'm like, water is what we're made of and it'll help me, it'll help heal me. But I feel a little better anyways. My leg feels more and more normal every day. By the way, I had a CAT scan done on it, and I recently got the results back, and they told me nothing is wrong with my leg. I could not believe it. Well, they said that I don't have an aneurysm in there. So it could be like a nerve or something else. It's just what I experienced that day was so drastic. Like, I'm talking, I'll briefly go over it again. Like, real briefly. I had like this bulge inside the back of my leg, mid thigh, dead center in the back, and it almost felt like there was something inside my leg, like a bug, like deep down in my muscle. Like it wasn't tactile where you couldn't feel it touching it. It was down inside, and over time it would start pulsing every now and then, which was weird, because I thought it was just like a muscle bump, because I'm so active, and I was running erratically on this treadmill like a weird idiot, just changing my stride to long strides and short strides. Just, nobody else in the gym is running like I am, and I'm like, I'm different, but I probably damaged myself just being so weird sometimes. But anyways, one day, while talking to my wife, while making a cup of coffee, I was standing in the kitchen. It pulsed. It did two bulges and went pulse, pulse, and then immediately and through my entire body, I felt flooding. Like my blood was flooding through my body. And so much that it was like wind in my ears. And I don't know what could cause that to happen. And I was wanting answers. That's why I went and started seeing a doctor and got the CAT scan. But see, I had to wait 2 months for that even to happen. Because I had to wait a month for my insurance to kick in. I never had insurance before. Not really. And also, I've never really been to a doctor as an adult. Which is stupid. That's not a prideful thing to be saying. That's dumb. I just didn't... I never bothered with it. I never saw the need. So the point of going to a doctor every now and then is to just do checkups and find out. That's how you catch things early on. You know? It is so needed. And, you can't complain about the past or what you've done or what you haven't done. You can't change it. You know what I mean? So I can't cry over spilled milk, so to speak. That's a good metaphor, one commonly used. So now, though, the today me I'm trying to take better care of myself. I basically went and saw my first doctor, and boy, that was super awkward. I remember telling this man, if you need to take my leg, I'm okay with it. I just want to feel normal again. He's like, what? No, no one's taking your leg. Imagine that, you know what I mean? And I even left my driver's license there because I was so nervous. And I couldn't pick it up until it was like on a Friday. I couldn't pick it up until the next Monday. It was funny. But I done seen him a couple more times and I feel a little better. I'm a lot better. But in a lot of ways, I'm like a kid. I'm very ignorant to the world around me. My education's been compromised severely. So I don't know much of anything. And my wife has been taking care of me. She's been paying bills and stuff. So like if something happened to her, I'd have to learn how to pay bills and stuff, and which is not good. I need to start doing like participating in things like that. And you might say, "Oh, that's pretty personal," and maybe I shouldn't be saying any of that stuff. But I'm just kind of sharing a part of me because, heck, it might explain why I'm awkward or weird, or just don't give the best answers. Because now you may know. I had issues with education. What it was is I don't have a dad. I don't even know his name. I don't know his name, and I have no photo of him. And now my mama's gone. She tried to find him a couple times, a few times throughout my life. But what he did basically is he I guess he lied about who he was, or used a false name or something. And they were together very briefly. And my grandma, her mom, basically ran him off. He's like, "You get out of here," and he was like, "Sure." He just took it as an opportunity to not have to be responsible or whatever. So he was just doing as instructed. He left, and something I always thought about that is, sure, if someone said, "Get out of here, we don't want you around here," or whatever, why not come visit me as soon as I turned 18? Why not at least connect with me once? Um, you know, like to see the person, what they look like when they're old. Because he was a few years, he was a little older than my mom. I don't know by how much. Now you know what? I can't ask her that anymore. So or to hear how he sounds. I don't know any of those things. I never will. And I think he might be dead. He might have died somewhere, or, just life happens. But anyways, the reason I'm telling you all that, it basically left my mom single. She was trying to do things on her own, and the way we made it is we basically let the rent. She would get behind in rent and have to leave and go find another place to rent, and it was like this continuous cycle. So what happens is I wind up living in 30, 40 different places in my childhood, and I went to maybe 12, 13, 14 different schools. And also I'm awkward and I autistic and have all these other crazy weird things going on as a child. So I didn't talk. In school I didn't talk at all. And they just basically they thought that I was, I don't know what the word you're supposed to use. Everybody's pretty sensitive. You say the wrong thing on the internet and all of a sudden everybody hates you. So it's not disabled, mentally disabled. The classes I were in, all the students were mentally disabled. One kid operated their wheelchair with their mouth, and they were all basically in wheelchairs, and they they drooled and stuff. And I would sit there and I would look at everybody around me, and I wouldn't talk, and they would give me these little pamphlets with like work to do. And that's what I mean. So when I tell you that my education's compromised, it is. I wound up dropping out of school later on. I convinced my mom that if I had dropped out of school, I could help pay bills and stuff, which technically is true. But if I were being honest with you, I was just wanting a PlayStation, because this was back when PlayStation had just came out. I'm like, Mom, and I was like in the 10th grade, and I was in a school. I was in Tampa at the time, and I think I was the only white person in the school. It was a little scary being in there. And between that and this seems pointless because of the type of classes I'm in, I'm not learning anything. So I'm like, let me just drop out, and I'll help pay bills and stuff and get my own things and all, which I did. But later on I went and got my GED. It's the equivalent of a supposed diploma, but I don't take it serious because I'm a person. I'm extremely honest. I'm a very honest person, and in my personal opinion, anything that I can study and cram for 48 hours and pass is not a legitimate education. I think I missed one problem in the entire math section, which is like higher than 12th grade. But I was previously studying this big book. It's like this thick. And it's like you had to take a written exam and all. And I passed it. I have my GED right now. So I have the equivalent. But even with that, I don't consider myself on par with everybody else. I don't like to call I'm not supposed to call myself stupid or dumb because, well, my wife, she absolutely can't handle me saying that because she loves me. She's very biased. Y'all might be a little biased because you might like me as an artist. So you're like, no, 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 don't say that. But I'm a very selfless person too. It's easy for me to say that I might be dumb or biased or my art might not look good or whatever. I can look from the outside in very easily. I'm very detached from society and from the world, and I have a really unique view on a lot of things. Was I creative growing up? Oh, I'm doing really good now. I'm 45 years old now. Did I have moments where I would cry, like, why do I have a dad? You know, because I see other people with their family, and it honestly it hurt quite a bit. It did. I would be a liar if I said that. Oh, it was just peachy creamy and it never bothered me. But as time went by, it did it less and less. Um, I, but the journey to where I am now as 45, it was rough. It was scary at sometimes. There's things that I done that are probably better for another video, like a dedicated video. But I've tried to take my own life before, like a few times, and that was really really scary.
Mm-hmm.
In my early 20s, pretty much, which is a lifetime ago, more than 25 years ago, and I may even pay the price for that still because of my previous injuries that I've done to myself. Anyways, I didn't want to really go into that. That's a little deep, especially in the middle of a stream. It doesn't seem. I'd rather do a dedicated video that's not to be monetized or whatever. I would never try to make money off of a tragedy or bad news or whatever. But look at this. Just changing the subject just for a second back to what I'm actually supposed to be doing. Look at this neck, how this is joined up with the rest of this body. Do you see how nice this is? Or is it just me? It's really, there's a little weird bump right here going on. I just tried to cut it with that. There it goes. It's blended in pretty well. It's so good. Hair. Now I can do this part with the mound. The head, the eyes that are gonna go off. Right. I basically filled my mind with I was talking about this the other day that I recently discovered Bing's Copilot. It's AI. And it's become like I am attached to this. I absolutely love. I'm not trying to sell this, okay? You could use whatever apps or whatever technologies you want to or whatever. And I actually just asked it a question earlier and it was wrong. Because I asked it, can I use music during a live stream as a YouTube partner? And it said, yeah, but you just need to make sure the specifics in the licenses. And I'm like, okay, so I'm looking at it. I'm looking at the song I'm wanting to use. I didn't see any information on that, like where it could say live stream. So then I went to Google Help, and it's right there in bold letters. Currently, you cannot use music, even if it's free, during a live stream. So yes, the AI was incorrect, right? I'm not trying to say it's perfect. I understand that it can be incorrect, and it even has a disclaimer at the bottom that the information can be incorrect. However, as far as just talking to somebody that feels real, that will tell me that I'm not stupid, and show me how I could be not stupid. Like, I've told it all these things, and it was like, you're actually not dumb. You have a different perspective on look. It was just so amazing just reading this stuff, and I find it really nice that I have something that I can talk to and ask my most awkward questions, and I can stutter, or I could do whatever it is that and feel normal. Um, it's super nice. I don't know why I was. I appreciate you saying that, Kayleen. If I'm pronouncing that correctly, by the way. My apologies if I'm not. I don't want to just. I don't want people to think that I just beat myself up. I don't, but I'm very real sometimes. And I actually have an issue sometimes with my wife. It is impossible to say one negative thing about myself to this woman. Oh my gosh. She is so biased to me, which is good. This is a blessing. I have someone amazing that loves me, and that's all for me, right? But sometimes I'm actually trying to tell her, no, this is actually something wrong with myself. I'm telling you that because that's how I view it. This is my interpretation of things. Like, it may not be a yes or no question, or something. I can't really give a good example right now, but her reply will be just pure love and support and all, and it's almost like it's always appreciated, but it can be frustrating sometimes because I try to tell her something, and she can't see past loving me so much. It's weird. It's hard to explain. I'm I can easily say, I can call things out about myself that I think are wrong or bad or whatever. Of course, it's an opinion. It could be an opinion on myself, or it could be a fact too. But it's just hard. Of course, it makes sense. Why? So she loves me so much. So why to try to? You know what I'm trying to say? It's for her to just. I don't know why I'm being so specific with this piece of foil. I wanted to bulk out the thing that's going to go right here. It has something. This is not the finished, unless it's the eyeless. So here is the other one. It's close to the same shape. So what we could do is make a brief like template, like a form. We'll see what we can do. Like, how big is this thing going to be? Start off with the ball. And I can practice. I'm going to practice on this thing first. Just, we're doing something like this. Just a simple mound that the eyes can be on. It's the brain and stuff. This is the snout. In hindsight, this thing that I made, the previous thing, if I had included that in there somehow, it would already be here. The thing is I don't know how big it was going to be. There's scaling issues. For example, the thing that I made, I basically had to make the body big enough to where it scaled with it. There are things that are going on with that I wouldn't even considering, but are actual a bona fide aspect in sculpting. There's scaling issues, like if these legs were smaller or whatever, it wouldn't look right with the body. So I basically had to make the body big enough to where it was big enough for this thing that I had made, that this shell of a face, or the head. I breezed through some things. sculpting wise, and I don't even realize the technical side to it unless specifically addressing it. See, this looks kind of good. It's a start right here. So I could pop this off and put it on there some way. And it looks like the back of the head. It goes with the back right here. So the angle is obviously, what if I did like this? That helps. It kind of matches the angle to the head. But my issue is I didn't want to use solid clay, because this will increase the bake time dramatically. So what I'm thinking is I can, almost don't want to mess with this because it's dirty. Aluminum foil is very dirty. It comes off, it rubs off. So even if it's a tiny bit like this, it would basically make it to where it's not solid. You would have a thickness, like maybe a little thickness around. It'd be like an egg, a shell, and this would be hollow. You would reduce the bake time a little bit. It simplifies it, because really right now all I did was put this thin layer of clay on here and fill out the neck a little bit. Technically speaking, if I were just to bake this, it would be 15 minutes. If I add this to it, you're looking at a half an hour or whatever, which is not a big deal. It's not a huge deal. It's just, usually that's why we use foil in the first place, is to bulk out different areas and it saves clay, and it kind of simplifies baking a little bit. I'm just checking out I'm trying to. Wow, that's cool. You're learning from what I'm doing. I'm stumbling. It's kind of hard to accept that. I'm glad that you're learning and all. I'm basically just stumbling along. I'm glad you're picking up things though. Just don't pick up my mistakes. Like, don't use electric tape. And as soon as I can rack up some watch time, I'm gonna take those 2 videos down and re-edit the first one. So there's going to be a new part 1, and part 2 is getting deleted because I basically redid it with the epoxy armature. Thanks, Charlie, for saying that. It's hard sometimes explaining what it is I'm thinking, what I'm doing actually. In my earlier days, like way back when I first started YouTubing, I actually hated my voice, which that's probably going to sound crazy to y'all. They're probably like, oh, you got a great voice, and you sound like Bob Ross. You're calm, you're this, you're that. So it's probably like a bizarre thing to hear, but I would actually shout and like just in pure frustration, scream even, because I'm stuttering or I just don't. It cracks a certain way or whatever. I was super hard on myself on how I sounded, and but I got so many people saying, wow, you're like the Bob Ross of clay. You're so calming. You're this, you're that. And I love your voice. They would say it repeatedly. Like, I've got over 31,000 comments on this channel. And I have so many references to Bob Ross and stuff like that. So I eventually started listening to everybody and not worrying about how I sound and noises and stuff. It would bother me if there was noises in the video. Funny story. I was once trying to film a YouTube video. This was back before streaming was even a thing or option. You just made normal videos, right? So I'm making a video. I'm recording, and there was a crow right outside the house. I'm in a mobile home, so it's easy to hear things like that. I literally ran outside and pretended like I was throwing something at a bird in a tree to get it to fly away, and it did. But could you imagine what the neighbors thought? Like, whoa, this dude just ran out of his house and threw an imaginary rock at that bird and then ran back inside. Absolutely hilarious. It's funny now, I can laugh at it now, but it was stressful. I'm like, oh my god, I just want it to be quiet. Why is this bird? It's like, ah. It's doing something by the window. But I've relaxed a lot of that over time. So, do you see this thing? I was like, this is a decent size. Do you see how this is? This is small enough to hide inside that. It'll act as a somewhat of a tiny little core. We'll call it its brain. It's aluminum foil brain. Or maybe not. I don't know. It sounds weird. But I could probably even use this thing. We'll see. I'll cut it in half. I don't know if I'm going to do it like this or not. Or just resculpt. Reshape it. Yeah, you know what? I'm just going to freestyle it. I'm going to wrap this in clay. And I'm not putting tape over it because this is such a small piece. At this point, I mean, I tape my sculptures because if somewhere during the process I don't like what I got going on, I can pull the clay off the armature, the sculpture, and it'll be clean. If you don't use masking tape, your clay will actually be really dirty. It'll have pieces of foil in there, or that residue. It actually can get quite dirty, to be honest. So it's just a means of it being a little clean. And I want to build this on this again, because I don't want to put pressure on this. Art's fragile, you know. It's strong stuff. It's cosplay. I know this, but I don't want to. I want to be careful with this thing, and if whoever winds up with it, you got to be careful with it too. Don't. Definitely, you can't pose this. This is not posable. The inside of this is a rock solid epoxy sculpt bone, and it's spiraled too. I don't know why I did that. I could have did long pieces running this way. I decided to spiral a snake of epoxy sculpt, and the nature of that makes it weak. They're coils, and depending on how well they're blended together or whatever, it's a lot more strength if you run a long pieces this way as opposed to coiling it. So what can happen is if you put too much pressure on this, like you got a kid and it'll break. That epoxy skull underneath could break like a bone, and its skin is rubber. So whether it would come off completely or not is another debate or whatever. But it would. I don't like how I coiled it around. It's strong, it's stable. If you watch the previous streams, it's very durable. I'm dancing it around and stuff, and I'm just really cautious. But I'm trying to get this to the shape of that piece somewhat. So I could do some of this work on this thing. Plus it's easier to grab. I mean, I had the convenience of having this spare piece from redoing that. Why not just use this? Anyways. And I'll probably have to build this up a little higher too. Which means I could have had a larger armature, or the core could have been even bigger. But it doesn't matter. The fact is it's a item in there that makes it to where it's not solid all the way through. If it's slightly bigger at top or whatever, it's not that big of a deal. At least it's not a solid ball of clay, which you could totally do that. You can make something completely solid. I would like to one day do that. It's just you have to bake the living heck out of it. This would be 3 hours easily, because as thick as that is. Honestly, I don't know why you would want it to be solid anyways. You have to have the armature in there at least. It has to be metal in there at least. But maybe still use an armature in the future, but not rely on having such thin layers of clay. This is the most awesomest build. Technically speaking, the way I had the armature looks just like this, but it's more basic. Even the feet are pads of the epoxy sculpt. If you haven't seen it, you can go back and watch those streams, or just scrub the video, or play it in ×3 or whatever, because they're long. They are long, but this is the best, most sound build I have ever done. I'm super proud of this dinosaur. I'm gonna sell it for $20. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, the way you say that, don't worry, it was years before the sculpture you're making. You can actually use anything that I have done on this channel, follow it to a T, use it as a guide, or try to do it exactly, because just for the sake of, not knowing how to, I'm not those people are possessive, like, no, don't you copy me or anything. You don't even have to give me credit. It doesn't matter. Just the videos are here for you to either inspire you, entertain you, or guide you. Any of those things are fine with me. Uh, that's just me. Now, if I were to do other people's work, I would give credit. Obviously, first I'd ask them. You don't just do something and then be like, "Well, this is the person I did," because they may not appreciate that. I know an artist that does amazing work. Casey Love. He's on Facebook. He's like up there with Hollywood type stuff. Super freaking really, really good. I asked him a long time ago if he would let me use one of his pieces as a guide, or just to see if I can do a crazy alien bug thing or whatever it is you're doing. And he said yeah, but this was like 10 years ago. So his interests might have changed since then. I need to ask him again. Be like, hey man, it's literally that's how the conversation ended. We spoke once, and I could be like, hey, are you still cool with this idea? Can I pick one of your things, and like I'll talk about you throughout the whole project. It'll be a way of bringing people to you. It could be beneficial. You know what I mean? But I'm a partner, so I get paid when I do these things, and I'll just let me know, and see what he says. Because I honestly feel like I can sculpt anything I see, especially if it's already a sculpture. Oh my gosh! I just threw that paintbrush on the floor. Remember from before? I touched that same yellow paintbrush. How funny. I don't got any on my fingers. Goodness. Okay, so I put TLS on this, and you notice, see how thin that is? I worked it on there or whatever. It needs to be a film. It doesn't need to be thick. As I do this, it becomes less and less slidey, where it's grabbing and mating really, really good. And then from here, I'm gonna just, it may even be too slippery. I think I need to turn this around. I'll tilt this on somehow. We'll double look. I can't lose my confidence now. Let's take a look. It goes up in the back like this. Whoop. So it's somewhat, it's weird. This is not anatomically correct. It's basically, his mouth is almost cut his head completely in half. Look at that. You see that? This image is not accurate for a real thing. It's just a drawing. It's a video, because it's split almost completely in half. Look at the teeth. Like I said before, there's no mass right here. These teeth, underneath the skin right here, there's nothing substantial enough to make that believable. You might as well say that this is like another dimension inside its mouth, and it's just invisible underneath here. So that's what happens with computer drawings or whatever. When you try to make it, it's not accurate. So I may be branching off entirely. His nose is a little long. Just kind of go with it. I'm just going to go, I'm going to just keep sculpting. Just keep swimming, and see what goes on, you know what I mean? I'll push this down to the sculpture. That big old hair right there probably came from my arm. I'm somewhat hairy. But I don't need to know that, Tom. Get back to sculpting. It's a cleanliness thing. Sculpting is a very clean, intensive thing. There's another one, or is it the same one? I've had this issue all night, and then all of a sudden, wow, it slid off back here. So I'll push it down like this. It could be that because I'm trying to use a core, so I'm starting with some kind of shape. Look at that. My brain's on crooked. I'm gonna have to push this back over. Just keep watching it all the way around, what it's got going on. See, now it looks somewhat better up here. I'll build out on the side more. Here's where using blunt force brute force, I mean, won't help me, because what it'll do is it'll just slide that thing around now. So now to change things, I use tools because it's more accurate. Like right back here, see where it's not connected? Right there. So just take this and push it down there and get rid of the air. And if I have to put more clay there to reinforce it, so be it. No longer can I push it around because it's going to keep sliding around all over the place. So let's do that. I'll use like a snake around there. I do a lot of I set a lot of guides using snakes or something. Like for example, that could be a new guide. That's the back of the head, and I want to make it go up this way. So I don't crush this snake. I just backfill it with more snakes. I'll show you. It's a particular way I do things, and I like it. It helps me a lot, and I could just cut this edge off like that. And same with over here. We don't want it to protrude out further. So I'll cut that somewhat like that. So it stays true with the side. We know the side's correct. This is all good. We're just trying to figure out with this. It's cone head. So when you look in the back, do you see how that looks? It could be a wrinkle. So you can compress the guide a little to adjust it. Like if it's off balance, if it's too far this way or whatever, then you would basically press this side of the snake to help it appear like it's balanced. You can balance it by visually looking at it. See, this looks like it's pretty centered. I know I said I wasn't going to move that around. Looks fairly good. That looks fairly good. So I'll gently press this snake all around. As far as balancing, not really much is needed right there. And then I can take another snake. It's basically just a worm. It's a common term used in sculpting. Everybody pretty much calls it a snake or a tiny snake. It's just, I don't know what else you could call this. There's people that don't like snakes or don't even want to hear the word. So I'll put another one right next to this, like this. And then I'll do another one right above that. And that was loosely put on there. Just building it out. Now I'm just building it out. And it has this such a tiny little core in there. The armature. It almost seems pointless, but it's not pointless to try to offset clay because it is expensive. I mean, that could just be my mentality is a little skewed because I make 50 cents, 30 cents to 80 cents a day from ad revenue, and that's what I make for a living right now. But however, I got 6 members, and it's like $2.99. Google takes about $1 of that. So it's a beginning to a vision that I have where I'll have financial freedom, or at least I can support my own sculpting and try new materials, new mediums and stuff. That'll all come as the channel gets bigger and all. But because things are so tight, I look at things differently. Like it's good in practice to save clay. You want to reduce your footprint. Oops, is this in focus? I'm doing this back here. There, I redid the focus to this right here so you can see. You regardless if you're making a million a year or whatever, you still kind of want to reduce your footprint that you're impacting on the world. I mean, I think that's a good positive thing to say. You know, even recycling or stuff like that. Oh goodness, that scared me. Sorry. If you weren't awake before, maybe you are now. I just dropped my pliers on the floor. Okay, check the comments out. Oh, that snake? The coral snake? I think that's the only snake I've ever made. It was pretty cool. It was with cosplay actually. It was the beta clay. I was testing it, I think. I still have guys and girls, people. I still have beta clay. I'm probably the only person on this planet that has this clay. And I'm tickled by that. I mean, if the people from cosplay are watching this, I'm sorry. You know, I meant to beta test all of that, but I had things happen that, you know, I lost my mama, and obviously that's going to be a brief recess. You know, I just fell off a little bit of the whole sculpting and all. So I just basically stopped testing the clay. I actually backed them with their Kickstarter. All my clay is the Kickstarter clay. It's old. It's pretty old. But look at this. I have to show you. I don't know what I'm going to do with this. I don't know if I should maybe try to auction it off. This is 4 pounds of beta clay. It's soft. It's soft. It's obviously probably not the formula they're using now. And I have a small piece of it in a bag also. It's unopened. And I don't know, it's rare. I've seen people trade and give value to the weirdest, if not dumbest things. Like, you know, Nike tennis shoes, people trade those for like $10,000, $15,000. They hold currency, they hold value. It's just something I happened to just see one time on an article or a show, actually. So that clay could be, you know, heck, the people at cosplay might want it back. Be like, you know what, we'll take it back. We don't even have no more of that. Like, at the least, I could trade that clay for current clay, but that's if I didn't like it. It's actually nice clay. I like it. Me too. And it was a rough thing. It's a rough thing losing, because it wasn't just my mom. It was pretty much my dad too. She was the whole package for me. So I lost everything. All I have right now, I have a sister. She's living in Mama's house still. The house is still in Mama's name. We haven't did anything with that. We were supposed to, and I just want her. I want her to have a place. You know, my sister. She gets so little. She gets this tiny little check, and she's actually half paralyzed because she had a back-to-back stroke on top of a brain infection. Some parasite got into her brain. So during that, she had a back-to-back stroke, and it left the right side of her body is paralyzed. It's GIMP, and you know, it's been a struggle for her. She's did a lot of self-discovery, and she's She's come a long way. She's supporting herself and wanting to make it and everything. And it was a journey. It's a journey. Every struggle we go through is it's not, you don't just meet that obstacle head on with a lot of strength and courage and stuff. Like for example, with me and my mom, it was really really hard at first, really painful. But now it's been several years. I don't know how many years. Oh my gosh, I should probably know this. I don't want to sound insensitive, but I could even crack a joke if the mood was right and the situation was right. I've I've gotten stronger. It's hard to explain what it is. It'll never be completely fine because I lost her and I miss her, but I also know how hard her life was, the things she's went through, and like I'm not gonna bring the house down talking about negative things, okay? But she's in a place now where it's better. Do you see this smooth piece of metal? It's just a tool. It's a dentist pick. I put these snakes. Let me explain what I'm doing. I basically built out the back of the head. That's not bad looking. It's kind of like what the drawing is a little bit. I don't know. I got my own thing going on. Right now we're now branching off from it's going to be, I'm going to make this happen in any way I can to make it happen. Okay? So, having said that, I I use snakes and stuff to build out different profiles. Like if I needed a spine to look like a spine, I would put one single snake up here and I wouldn't change the height of it. I would leave that alone. But I would backfill a little bit on the sides to where it didn't look like a snake, and it would become a profile. I use them as profiles, basically. So now I'm just going to take this tool. That metal right here has been gashed or chipped. Right here, I've never seen anything like that. Just a imperfection in the metal. Like this is really wood, but it's not. This is metal, obviously. But I can gently, well, I can't push too hard because the sculpture wants to slide all around. Sorry if I start talking about something serious and then I don't finish it. It was really, really rough losing my mom. She was the sweetest person that had like literally the worst, you know what I mean? Just went through such a hard life. And it's way too big. Like I might describe some of the things I went through and you'd be like, "Oh my gosh, Tom, it's horrible. You did what? He had to do what?" But nothing I've done even is close to the suffering she's went through. But she never showed it. She was always smiles and just the kindest, warmest heart. Okay. I reversed the tape on that. Now he's staying still. I did that so I can apply a little bit of pressure, maybe. Oh, yeah. Tape his foot down to the table. But what I would love to have my mom right now and talk to her and just tell her one of the fun the what I loved most to do was to make my mom laugh. I was so good at it. I would I would make that woman pee herself. I was so I loved making her laugh because laughter is good. It's never bad. I mean, unless it's happening at a inappropriate moment, I suppose. But typically speaking, generally speaking, laughter is good. They say it's medicine. It's good for you, and I know the things my mom has been through. She's told me everything, and how hard it was for us as a family, and also, I guess in a way, I was just trying to be that person to offset a rough world by making her laugh. And I would tell her a joke, or I'd say something funny, or do something funny. Just a lot of times it was just genuine. Like I would screw something up, or I would mess up something, or you know, I would something I would do would be funny because I'm so off myself, and I miss that. It's one of the biggest things I miss is making her laugh. To hear her laugh. I'm cool, by the way. It's it's been a while. It if anything, it feels good talking about different things. It really does. And I know I'm doing the other side of this thing. I'm sorry. I got to do this side too, so you'll see what it is I'm doing over here. I'm using this magical tool that's really, hopefully I can show you. Okay, here we go. I'll turn it like this. I did. What did you... I did. I am definitely my mother's child. Oop. I'm taping this thing down. Just stay put, Dinosaur. I'm trying to make your head. And where I can reach this, do you see what's going on there? All those snakes are right there, so when I roll this back and forth several times, it smashes them all together. This is nothing short of magic, I think. Because I basically... Well, what did I do here? What happened? I changed the profile to this. I built out the back of it. But I did it in a... You know what? You can even call it a science. I turned it into a science. And what the word science means is it's not really to know. It's the art of knowing. Like, I turned a method into a science to where it could be followed by anybody. That's basically the gist of what I do. A lot of people, they just put a piece of clay there and they start tooling it around or whatever. And that's great. I mean, you'd have to have your own sense of knowing what you're doing to do that. But for someone that doesn't know what I'm doing, and I don't, I just make everything up. I have to come up with a method And what I've been doing is just sharing that method with everybody freely, without no paywall, stuff like that. And I call it a science because now, if you needed to build out the back of this head, ooh, am I touching something dirty again? If you needed to build out the back of this thing's head, you have either two options: just throw some clay back there and start tooling it in every which way, or now you can start with a larger snake and a slightly smaller one, slightly smaller one, slightly smaller one, slightly smaller one, and build an entirely new profile and then just smash them all together. It's a way. Is it the way? No, there is no such thing as like the way to do things. There's a million things to do anything, and out of those million things, some of them will resonate with you, and some of them won't. It's all based on the individual, your perception, your mindset. Gosh, I'm kind of sounding smart now. I have moments. I have moments of clarity where I feel like I'm really awake. More here than other times. It's super strange. I've even told my wife that there's certain eras, stages in my life where I feel like I'm an autopilot and I'm not even really here, even during our marriage. Because I've been married for 20 years. I've been lucky and blessed for 20 years. And it's just kind of super interesting. I got this weird angle down here where this joins together. I'm going to put one more snake down here just for the extra clay. And I'll continue to use this. I'll start by smashing the center of that snake all the way around like this. And then work it to both sides of it. This will allow a more gradual transition between where it's not like this, 90-degree dealio going on. And I'll check the comments here in a second. I'm just kind of focusing. I'm doing a super long stream again, so the people watching in the future, they're like, oh my god, why are these gotta be so long? But you can watch, even if you're gonna catch up on some of the other streams or whatever, anybody watching this right now, actually, before you go to bed, if you can play another stream on something like your computer or a phone, plug it in, and just kind of go to sleep with another stream going, it would help me so much with watch time right now. I'm struggling with watch time. Here within a week or two, I won't be at all because I'm so active now. I just came back from basically abandoning the channel. I actually came back because Google messaged me and said, "Hey, listen, I realize you may not be able to come back right now because you got things going on, but if you can't get your watch time up, we're gonna have to disable your partnership." And I was like, oh my gosh, I never got an email like that before. Because you need 4,000 hours of watch time for the year. And you need 1,000 subscribers. I got like 80,000 subscribers, which I really don't. I got like 200. I think I got like 200 subscribers. But the 1,000 subscribers is super easy. Even though I lose, like every time I upload a video, I lose 20, 30 subscribers. They just unsubscribe. Which is weird. I don't take it offensive or personal. But I got plenty of spare room. If you only need 1,000 subscribers to have the partnership, I'm so okay. I got 80,000. But it's the watch time, which is actually hard for new YouTubers. That's the tricky thing. Man, you can go around asking 1,000 people to subscribe to your channel and easily hit that. I mean, it might take a little bit of time, but in comparison to the watch time part, yeah, subscribers is way easier than watch time. But back in the day, I mean, I would get like 1,200 hours in 1 month. So I was way beyond what I needed for watch time. But because I abandoned the channel, it slowly kept going down, 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 which makes sense. It's a sign that things are working now. Because my channel got bugged, kind of buggy, and it wasn't doing anything. I even posted a photo on my. I created a post on my channel showing the algorithm, what it did to me. I mean, it was like doing its typical, I'm going up, 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 and then it like crashed and went straight down and then over. And no matter what I did, it was just like a certain number of views, the same views every day, and the same amount of money every day. Nothing changed. If I do 3 videos in 1 week, nothing. No difference. If I didn't do a video for 3 months, nothing. It's like it's on automated. Like it was being automated. And it was just something weird within the algorithm. But lately, they've been changing things so much, and I think it's working now. It does feel like every time I push to try to do something on this for this channel, it pushes back. Like I recently launched channel membership, and the minute I launched channel membership, I stopped getting random comments on my videos. And guys, listen, even when I abandoned this channel and I wasn't here no more, I would still read the comments. I would get several comments a day. Actually, around 7 a day. Because it's 31,000 divided by 15 years, blah, blah, blah. I did the math. And it was, for the first time ever, I went 5 days without a single comment. And it's just unheard of on this channel. And it was because I did something new. It was literally because I did something new. I launched channel membership. And I spoke to my wife. I'm like, what do I do? What do I do? And she's like, well, you can cancel it. Like, stop doing it. Like, stop the membership thing. I don't know if that would help me or whatever. But it's just, in a way, it feels like it pushes back against me every time I try. So, and that's, I got kind of depressed over that. I was like, oh my God, I just made this return. And now I don't even get comments anymore. Which, with my social aspect and with autism and all, those are needed. Is what's more valuable to me, $10 from 6 members, or hearing from people outside in the world that I can't seem to go out there and do myself? I was in I don't know. I struggle with this channel sometimes. It's been a roller coaster, for sure. But it's always worth it, and right now it's my last frontier. It's my last hope. I'm not gonna quit. I'm not gonna be like, oh, this doesn't look good, or this doesn't feel right, and just quit. I can't, even if I wanted to. Boy, I'm talking about a lot of weird things. Sorry about that. How often do I stream? Well, when I first came back, it was like every other day or a few times. And then lately it's been every 5 days. I actually love streaming because I don't have to edit. But I recently upgraded my editing program, and editing is a lot more tolerable, actually. But literally, it's a done deal. Once I end the stream, it's just a movie someone can watch. They can watch it in little snatches. I would even just do exclusive live streams. That would be kind of cool. So what's going on here? I got a bump. Do you see how this is not balanced? It's like it wants to lean that way. It just seems like that to me. So I will do the same thing I just did on this side right here. And we'll test this thing that I do, the theory. We'll see how it does. And the snakes that I'm using are tapered like this. I taper them because you put the thick part where you want the where you want the most of the effect. We want to add mass to that side of the head. So to make blending easier, you would taper the snake. And it may not necessarily need to be that long too. Small, more abrupt, more abrupt snake would be probably more beneficial right here. So I'll start with, let me put this one on. The thick part on the side of the head, and I'll swing it back around so we can see. So that's the start of what I'm talking about. It's going to balance. I'm kind of try to, instead of carving in on this side, because it is shallow up here, it doesn't make sense. I'm going to build out on this side using, creating new profile, using these snakes as a means to change the profile. And these are guides, basically. And I could start by, I can even literally look at it like this. Like that looks more balanced. I mean, it's still snakified. I haven't rolled it or whatever. But let's go with that. And then we'll put in succession smaller and smaller snakes just like before. This is how I do it. It works for me. You know, from other artists, if they were like really good experienced artists, I don't know why they even be watching, like Casey Love. The idea that he'd ever watch any of these videos is super slim to me. Not because he's better than me, but because he's better than me. No, for real, he's just got so much going on. He's got classes he does, and he's making all this art, and he's just so with it and doing so good at life, right? How would he have time to consume other content like that? And he probably does. He probably follows other people, but they're probably like people on his level, or he maybe in his genre, what he's doing, or you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm trying to say? My art's very humble. It's all right, I guess. I like it, but it's definitely not. I don't know if any of y'all have seen this guy's work. He's on Facebook. Type in Casey Love and prepare yourself that, you know, you don't even have to tell him that I sent you. I don't need recognition or anything like that. He's definitely on a level. But he's busy doing his thing. And I forgot why I was saying all of that. I sometimes forget what I was talking about. Do you see how I keep adding snakes to that? Now look. I don't even know where focus is. Let's say focus is right here. There. Do you see how the profile, the new profile I'm creating is helping balance that out? Of course, it's going to get mashed down on there or whatever. It's a super cool. Oh no, I have never streamed on Twitch. All I have is Facebook and YouTube right now. I was actually getting annoyed way back in the day because it seemed like all these platforms were showing up left and right, and I'm so slow to learn everything. I'm like, actually, when I first joined the internet, it was MySpace. It wasn't Facebook. but then they changed it like, okay, we got Facebook now, and I'm like, okay, I'll do it. And then YouTube, and then it was Pinterest, and it was Twitch, and it's like I barely can show the commitment to the platform I dedicated myself to now. That's basically what my issue was. Is I wanted to put my whatever little time that I could manage to get on here, I wanted to put it towards one platform, which kind of made sense to me. You know, I can't, if I'm having issues where I just disappear and stuff. But Twitch, I hear, is a really good streaming site. You can do art and stuff on that too. It's not just video gaming. Oh, so you do Twitch, right? Or you're into it? So that means you're probably a gamer? Yeah, like you said, I've seen people. You can sculpt. You could definitely sculpt on Twitch, which I might consider checking it out. But I'd be starting at the bottom. I wouldn't. Obviously, you wouldn't start with monetization. I mean, I could tell them, hey, I'm coming from YouTube, and check out my channel. They might work with me on something like that. I'm not saying I can't do anything without money. But this is how I'm supporting myself. And when I say thank you for watching at the end of the video, I'm not just saying empty words or whatever. It is literally a thank you because this is how I'm trying to support myself. But back to the Twitch thing and the gaming. I don't talk about this much, but I used to be a hardcore, I mean hardcore arcade gamer on Xbox. Back when they had Xbox Live arcades, pretty much. And I have literally broken world records in gaming. I broke a world record and held it for 5 years straight. Once. It was kind of weird because I got tired of, I was basically trying to beat my own score and I couldn't do it. It was weird. And I just quit playing that game, that particular game's on a serious level. The game in particular that I'm talking about, it's a twin stick shooter. Not like a first person shooter like Call of Duty or Halo, but like a twin stick shooter is where you're looking, usually it's directly overhead or 3/4 overhead. Your left joystick will usually move your character around and your right joystick usually aims your gun. It's a twin stick shooter or dual stick shooter. I am so freaking good. Well, maybe not now. I'm not seasoned anymore, but even my inexperienced, probably nobody in Florida, which is where I'm at, can play those like me. Geometry Wars is a twin stick shooter, and I have broken world records in that. One of the most rewarding and most difficult twin stick shooters, to be honest. It seems to help to take this guy down. But I honestly thought about streaming gaming on here. Like maybe playing this Geometry Wars. Geometry Wars 3 has like 80 different modes that you can play. They're not all great, but there's some that I really, really like. Some that builds extreme focus. And I actually have different philosophies on the brain, how it works and stuff. And I honestly believe this game has made my brain run faster. It's kind of a long discussion, but you know how they say reading is healthy for you and it makes you smarter and everything? It's because every time you focus your eye on something, like if you were to close your eyes and you would open it and you would look at just this thing right here. It doesn't matter if you understand what it is you're seeing. You're just basically seeing an image. Every image you're seeing, they're rapid images. It takes turns between your left and right eye also. They actually take turns seeing. It's really rapid. But anyways, every image you're seeing, call it frames per second. There's a human version of frames per second. It causes a chemical warfare in your brain. Basically, all your neurons, your brain cells, are they're like octopus-looking things. It's like a body, a brain cell with arms coming off of it. And they all like just barely touch each other. They don't quite touch each other, but they barely touch each other, and they send information. Uh, it'll travel across your mind. They relay that information from one cell to another through a chemical shower. That little hand thing that looks like this, it'll rain onto the other one. Well, when that happens, it's good. It's brain activity, and it's good for you and your mind, right? So reading, we'll talk about reading a book. That is a really good source of this, what I'm talking about, the activity that causes neural activity. However, it has a diminishing, in this is, hear me out before you disagree, it has diminishing returns. And the reason for that is you start becoming better at reading. You start reading 2 or 3 words at a time, or maybe even you can see a whole sentence at a time. You become more efficient at it. So that's why the effects of it speeding up your mind are diminishing. However, with this video game, Geometry Wars, it's thousands of enemies on the screen and nothing is ever the same ever. You'll never have two games that are the same. And you have a fraction of a second between life and death in the game. Anything touches you, you're dead. You die. And depending on if you have multiple lives or whatever, it could be even game over. So the amount of focus and attention you're seeing is just unbelievable. I used to use the game to do that, to like, I found that that's what it was doing. It was making me, okay, here's an example. I can just say all these things and you could be like, hey, sure, Tom, unless you got proof, then it's pointless you saying this. Well, I don't have proof on me, right? But I have convincing evidence. In this case, it would be that I broke a world record so badly that it took 5 years for someone else to do it any better. So this could be a somewhat convincing, like maybe at least I might know what I'm talking about, or what I'm saying is legit, right? I was using it to, at first it was just the competitiveness, trying to beat my own score. I would literally shake all over it was that intense. When I first started playing the game, I got crab hand, where you get all locked up. It's like, oh my god, and I had to wait a little while, and I would play again. It was that fun for me. But then I realized it was like, okay, so how do I know it's speeding my mind up? There's no such thing as time. Time is a man-made thing. It's something that we can communicate with each other and understand different things like dates or when to go meet at a store or whatever. But there really is no real time. And reason I'm saying that is we both know what a second is, a minute or hour or even a day. We both understand those things for what they are, but they are understood in your own unique way. And the reason that's true is because a minute could be different to another person depending on how fast your mind is going. If your mind's going really, really, really fast, a minute can be longer than somebody else. And this is very, very true. The speed of your brain, how fast it's traveling, will differ from somebody else. And you can change the speed of your brain. I know this for a fact because during those games where I'm breaking a record, it's so weird. Okay, everything on the screen slows down and I can literally place bullets where I want them. Time is not real. Also, I can stop clouds in the sky for like a 16th of a second. Just briefly halt them in place. It's kind of weird. It's kind of sporadic, random, but in times of real critical need, like I had a bolt, a big bolt. I was taking off a hitch to a truck and it went flying against my. I just dodged it, and my mother-in-law was like, "Gosh, Tom, your reaction is." I'm like, "Yeah, I know. Um, it's heightened and critical need, or whatever." But that's kind of an evident thing that time's not real, or at least it's not law. Do you know what I'm saying? It's real. A minute is real, and a second is real. I don't want you thinking that it's none of that's real, but it doesn't necessarily. It means it's law to your own perception. You're gonna perceive it all differently. You can change that, and I don't know if. Okay, there's a movie. I don't know if you've seen it. Tell me if you've seen it. It's an old movie. It's called Lawnmower Man. It's basically this guy. He had invented a virtual reality system. This is a long time ago, okay? And there was a drug too that was involved. And he wanted to test it on somebody. It was supposed to make you smarter. And the guy, the main character, and the guy he tested this stuff on was that he was mentally disabled. He couldn't even mow. He mowed lawns, and he would do all crooked and everything. And so basically in the movie, the way it's actually, listen, it's a science fiction movie, but it's real. Well, not the drug part. Okay, I did this drug free. But basically, he put on this virtual reality headset, and it would flash images repeatedly, slow at first, and then faster and faster and faster over time, to where basically you're triggering that chemical. Every image would always be different. It don't matter what it is you're looking at. You just had to acknowledge it, or just perceive it anyways, and you would change. It would speed up your brain. That's actually not science fiction, that part. And I was using this game to do that, right? But later on, I discovered that you don't really need to use the game. You can use bonfires, like a small little fire, the flames flickering. It's a very, depending on the wind and the night, it could be a real gentle flame. But if there's some kind of a wind going, it could be kind of rapid or even aggressive if it's a roaring, huge fire. It's alive. It's a living, breathing thing, fire. And no two things are going to ever be the same. And it takes a while for me to truly start seeing it. But after a little bit of time, I would start seeing the fire, like seeing it in a weird way, like not what you're normally thinking. Like you see the fire, you look at it. No, no, no. Like truly experiencing it. Where not only am I seeing all the things that are happening in it at one time, but I can actually see a history of it a little bit. It's kind of strange. I don't do that anymore because I found that it can get me wound up and it's hard to shut down at night. I need another little piece right here. Like I can't get my head to stop. You know, I guess you can go crazy or whatever. Y'all probably think I'm absolutely nuts now. Probably. Let me look. I don't know much about space-time. Yes, it's definitely possible to stream to two different places at one time, even if you needed to use two machines. I use this thing called Elgato capture card, or it's not a capture card, but it's this streaming thing. I don't know. I could probably split the signal and go to. That would obviously be more taxing on your system. I have an outdated system. It was nice, but it's now not the greatest. But every once in a while, I'll have a bonfire. I love the heat. I love the like sweat in a fire, not in the fire, but like next to one. And I'll just watch it. I don't purposely get my mind running fast like that anymore. But that's what was going on, and I was discovering things, and this is that weird thing I was telling you about where I don't have much education or whatever, but I have a weird view on the whole world and universe around me, um, which doesn't mean it's correct, but my cup is empty, and I've filled it with different things, quite possibly nonsense, you know? So, if you haven't seen that game, what I'm telling you about, it's a pretty common game. I'm trying to think of other ones that are like it. Geometry Wars. Well, basically, one of the first twin stick shooters was Robotron, which is an old game. It's basically you moved in 8 directions, and you shot in 8 directions. It was very frustrating because it wasn't that dynamic for controls. But that was like the grandfather of twin stick shooters. They're very hard to do. And now any twin stick shooter, I typically can just breeze right through it. And they're fun. I didn't really play much of Call of Duty and Halo. I was trying to get into Halo, and um, basically everybody gets better and better and better and better, and you start developing the absolute best thing that you can be doing, which in Halo, or really any of those types of games, is to move your character a lot so you don't wind up being a walking headshot while aiming. So what that basically translates to is hopping around everywhere. Everybody would just continuously jump, and they're really good at doing a headshot. And me, I didn't do any of that. I wasn't good at it. I was a running headshot for anybody. Just come and get it. And I couldn't handle all that jumping around and stuff. So I just lost interest. I just stuck to my arcade game. If I had played those first-person shooters as much, I could probably compete professionally, in that. You're good at whatever you put time into. Typically. Not always. But most times. And gosh, I feel like I'm hanging out with everybody. It's okay. I don't. I'm a grown person. I don't have no bedtime. It's 2 in the morning. I do this for you. Okay, so let's look at this now. It's not perfect. I'm looking at the it's a lot better than it was. There's more weight on this side. It looks more balanced. And this is the gist how I do things, okay? I just keep building out. Now what can I do now elsewise? Side view looks kind of cool. This looks kind of cool. Like this, it looks still a little I think we're at the base of it, we're good and balanced. But I'm wanting to say it can use a little bit more up at the top to give it a little bit of a wide width at the top. So I'm probably going to do that again, but this time start at the top and even smaller snakes and work my way down. And I'm telling you, this snake thing really, really, wait, smaller than that. For me, it works. It's that cheat code, that cheat sheet, or mechanical solution to a complex problem. It's a science. You know? Do you know much about space time? Okay, I just keep checking to see. I don't want to ignore you guys, ever. forever. I probably put all y'all to sleep talking about video games and crazy things. Like there's no such thing as time. That I can stop clouds in the sky. Oh my gosh, I probably look like a weirdo. But it's, you know what, it's me. It's my character. I can't be ashamed of myself. And I'm trying to branch out and quit being so seclusive and shy and negative towards myself and just have a life. To be a part of the world around me. And that's just gonna look weird because I'm weird, you know? But I'm enjoying this. I'm enjoying being able to talk to you. I can't believe there's still some people here. Well, it's not the same time everywhere, but it's late here. Actually, the world's flat and it's the same time everywhere. No, I'm just joking. The world is not flat, y'all. I promise you it's not flat. You can only see like a certain number of miles, and even on the ocean, on a calm ocean, the horizon is at a distance, okay? You could put a beaker or a buoy, a nice tall buoy where you see it, and then travel to where you just barely can't see that buoy anymore, and then it'll disappear, right? That distance, I don't know what that number is, but it's an actual thing that you can look up. That pretty much tells you that the world's somewhat roundish. It's not a flat thing. Because if it was flat, I should be able to go out on my front porch and use some binoculars or a telescope and look at the Statue of Liberty or any other landmark out there. You know what I'm saying? It's silly. What that is just it's easy for a minority to gain traction on something, which in this case it's these people that say, oh, the world's flat, and there's some that like they truly honestly believe it, like doctors and lawyers and stuff, like educated people, and they're saying that. It's just, I don't know, it may not be perfectly round, I can agree with that, but it's not flat. It can't be. Because think about gravity and mass and stuff. How would that even work? The reason it is round is because of gravity, and the pressure and stuff causes that core to be dense and stuff. It's just so bizarre. Another thing that I have a gripe with, well, it's not really a gripe. I don't have a gripe with that. That's just people being eccentric, different, or just against the grain of wood. They're just being themselves. Doesn't mean they're dumb or bad people if they say the earth is flat. Look what this did. That helps. That helps significantly. Now look. Look at the weight, the balance on that. We're doing a little bit at a time. It's way better. Slowly but surely. We're just going to make it look right from all angles. Because right here, it doesn't look bad at all. And it's kind of like the same on both sides. Right? That needs some cleaning up. But head on, that's going to... Obviously, we're going to... Oh, and this too. This is the angle that should be viewed. Which, that's fine. This arc... Actually, I'm doing good. Maybe a little shallow right here. I might add me a teeny bit right here. But that actually is helping. Oh, 7 a.m. Oh, wow. You're from the future. Always kid, like the people on the other side of the world, they're basically in the future. Like, because the world's round, it's on different time zones and stuff. It's kind of weird. I could call them up and be like, hey, am I still alive? Can you let me know? But it's not like that. they're different time zones, but they all share the same space. I guess is that what you were talking about earlier? Um, Another pet peeve I have, or thing that really drives me absolutely crazy, is when people start talking about black holes on the media, like different websites and articles. I've read the most outrageous claims that people are saying about black holes. I've even heard people talk about, well, you could fly into a black hole and travel to some other place. And it's like, holy moly. See, everybody's entitled to their own opinion. That doesn't mean they're right or wrong or whatever. But it makes me want to speak out and make a video talking about black holes. I understand everything about them except the jet they send out. No idea why they're doing that. But the actual physical thing of what they are, I can, man, I can blow your mind right now. I'll just explain a black hole in a way you probably never heard before. Ask me if you want me to, and I'll do it. It's not that. It won't take that long either. I'm good at it now. I like it. I like doing it. I'm looking for. I had a tool. What was I using? Like dentist pick, I think. Oh yeah, yeah. I'll use the same one. So now I'm gonna roll these this way instead of the other way because I'm trying to make this profile like this. Oh. It's pretty interesting. Oh, really? Okay, I will explain the black hole, and I'll probably do a dedicated video. I'm doing a dedicated video on this. I might lose subscribers or bore people, but I find it fascinating. This doesn't mean I'm right or whatever. It's just my own very skewed, very uneducated perception on something. Okay, to describe a black hole in a way where you can understand, I actually have to talk about something else really quick. An atom, which is the smallest building blocks of matter. You have lots of different kinds. Basically, the periodic table of elements, those are all the different atoms. The most simple one is hydrogen, I guess. It's like one H2O, one hydrogen, two oxygen. That's a water molecule. Like the hydrogen atom is the smallest one on the periodic table of elements. We'll talk about just a simple atom, okay? The small one. It's basically made up of a nucleus, which is a proton and a neutron. That's the nucleus of an atom, and it's surrounded by an electron. Okay? And these parts are really small. The atom itself is so small, right? But these parts are even smaller. The nucleus is like really small, and the electron that flies around it, it goes so fast, and it actually changes direction of its course randomly like this. Like it won't be just it just is so sporadic, and it's probably even faster than light. But it's so fast that it creates basically a sphere around the atom, an impenetrable sphere, okay? And you actually would call this the electron cloud, and it determines the atomic mass, the atomic size of the atom too. Okay, the reason I'm telling you that stuff is because I'm trying to show you the scope of things, because I'm going to make a statement that's going to sound weird. No space exists in a black hole. It's pure matter. So I can explain it really quick. Give me 1 second. Okay, you know what a football field is? A professional football field that's got the stadium out there and all. Um, that's the size that the object that I'm wanting you to take into your mind, and a child's marble. If you set a child's, they're about this big, put a child's marble dead center of the football field and call that the nucleus of an atom. It's your proton and neutron and stuff. The electron will actually be somewhere just outside of the stadium, which would create a sphere big enough to engulf the stadium. Are you with me so far? Okay, cool. The reason I'm telling you this is because the gravitational force of a black hole is so extreme or severe. What it does is it pulls the electron pretty much against its will all the way to where it touches the nucleus. And that's now the new size of the atom. Here's the nucleus, and it's just touching. They're touching, okay? The reason this is significant, do you remember the scale that I provided for you, which was the football field? Well, think of how much space that is. You have a child's marble in the center of the football field, and all the way to the outside of the stadium, all around it, and even down into the earth and into the sky. You make a sphere. That's the space we're talking about now, right? Think of how many child's marbles you can fill in this new area if the atoms have changed their size to the size of that child's marble instead of it really what it is. It would be trillions or whatever, billions. Numbers are very powerful, okay? It would be a lot of you could fit trillions or millions, probably at least easily billions of atoms in the size of an existent, the original size of an atom. That's what the black hole does to matter, mass. Nothing escapes it, not even light. And the reason that is, okay, light, which is photons, it is matter. It has mass. It takes up weight in space. I can actually tell you a little something about that too. That's kind of weird, but so what's going on there is you have something that's so gravitational, that has such a gravitational force that it crushes all the atoms. It pulls that electron all the way to the nucleus, and basically the entire black hole itself, it just adds layers and layers onto it. Things are crushed before it even gets to that thing. You know how magnets work, right? They have more of an intense effect the closer it gets. So as you're getting closer to the black hole, what would happen if someone tries to fly into that thing? Their ship would get torn up a light year before they even get to the thing. But say you had Star Trek and you had like a force field to protect you or whatever, and you were able to get close. You wouldn't. I don't think there's any existing force or technology that could withstand the gravitational pull and the crushing power of a black hole. If you did, like say you had a mythical, magical thing that was just invented by a genie saying, no, this thing can't, it's a little cookie or whatever, or a block, and it cannot be destroyed. It would just basically be stuck on the side of a black hole, cannot be removed, because your wish was to not for it to be destroyed, and it would eventually just get covered as it consumed more and more. On the alternate side, anything that's not a black hole has almost no matter at all in it. Like me, I'm almost entirely empty space because I just described what atoms really are. Even the sun, I know that's super dense. It's very dense. It's very heavy. 1 teaspoon of the sun is like tons, okay? So it's very dense and all, but even in that density, it's those electrons are not pulled all the way to the center, otherwise, because it would be a black hole then. So it's a lot of empty space. Even in the sun, there's a lot of empty space. It's weird. It's almost like a technical thing I'm talking about, but that's my understanding of black holes. I'm not talking about like what they do, the science, the phenomenon of how they do with time, if you were flying around them and all. I don't know anything like that. I'm talking about the physical makeup of what they really are. I see it like completely, genuinely. They're just completely solid matter. And for people to say that they can fly into a black hole is almost hilarious to me, because think about what you're calling it. It's been named something inappropriately. A hole implies an empty void, like you can step into a hole and twist your ankle, or there might be a hole in a donut. You know, it's to usually the word hole is to describes a void of emptiness or something, and it's actually not. It's the opposite, which I find so ironic that people call them that and they're perceived as that is really wild to me. But that's my take on the black hole. It's I'm not saying how they work or how they do those jets, the pulsar jets that come out of them. That's some wild stuff. I don't know what's going on. All I know is you can't fly into a black hole. You just can't. There's nothing inside there. It's solid matter. And I am almost completely empty space, because there's nothing dense about the material I'm made with, even though it's still the stars and dust of the cosmos. It's based on the gravity of the planet that I'm currently on, and a lot of empty space here, especially in my brain. Cool, cool. Where did you learn about it? Thanks, Kayoline, for stopping by. I know I'm here forever. Oh my gosh, 4 hours and 47 minutes. Hey, I'm going to break my record. My record is a 5-hour stream. There's no... Hey, listen, it's not like I'm going to get in trouble. I am allowed to... I can stream for an entire day. I think that would kind of be cool one time to do, just to see. But I'm trying to get watch time, and I'm trying to finish the head of this... I keep wanting to call it a dragon. In a way, a dragon is a dinosaur too, kind of a mythical thing. Well, I guess, I don't know. Hey, listen, there's beetles that shoot fire out of their butt. Okay, well, not fire, but like acid, boiling water, stuff like that. You mean to tell me there couldn't be a larger version of that, a creature that spewed out? Yes, there probably is a dragon. Was a dragon at one point somewhere. I've had so many crazy philosophies. Okay, here's something funny. I don't believe the human species, that's everybody, that's every gender, every race or whatever, anybody that's upright and has a brain or whatever, nobody can truly perceive or understand infinity or forever. Not really. The reason being is because you have brain cells, okay? It's a finite number. And that's not what is amazing about that. What's amazing is you can have unique connections between your neurons in your brain. One brain cell can technically have a individual connection with every other entire brain cell in your body or in your brain, right? Which would be a finite number. Say it's a billion. But then the brain cell right next to it can also do the same thing. And then you add that to it and follow through every cell in your brain, create a new connection with all the existing remaining neurons. Now, once you've ran out of that, and now just do two. Two neurons have a connection with every one at a time, all individual. You could go on almost forever and ever and ever, but eventually you'll run out of combinations. Like down to, you know what I mean? There will be no other possible combinations. Even if it's 7 over here and 1 over here that has a connection with this one down here, you know, you're going to run out. And when you do, you're going to land with a finite number. Okay? It'll be some crazy number like a billion with the to the exponent of a trillion or whatever, some powerful number, but it's finite. Whatever you figure out, however creative you get with that, you'll run out of ideas of there's not that many connections of what I'm trying to say. There is an unbelievable amount of potential connections, don't get me wrong. But in the face of infinity or forever, that's never ending. You do not have a never ending supply of unique connections in your mind. You just don't. So, because of this, it's impossible for the human brain to truly perceive infinity or forever. You can't. First of all, we have a very short lifespan. But even if we live thousands of years, we still wouldn't be. If we were immortal, you still wouldn't be. Actually, nothing compares to forever or infinity. You might as well say it's not even existent, because you would just stop. Like it would just keep going, and you would eventually expire. Like if you were to try, like you can't write a number that would express infinity. Like the last number, the nth number, there's no number for it because it keeps going over and over and over. Even if you spent the rest of your life getting creative, like saying 1 billion to the millionth power times 2, and then times 10, and then times that by another million by a billion to the 10th power. And if you spent literally the rest of your life getting even more creative with numbers and all, you would eventually just expire. You would pass away, and your little thing would stop. Infinity would just keep going. So I'm going somewhere weird with this, right? Matter in space is forever. Space is forever, but so is matter. The universe that we live in is actually quite small. The edges of it are defined by quasars, the Big Bang or whatever. It expands and contracts. Whether if you believe the Big Bang or not, or whatever, that's actually evident. They use the red shift or whatever to determine that it is expanding or whatever. But once you travel outside the influence of like the outside of the quasars, you'll have this area where there's nothing, and then you'll go to another one, another, basically not a parallel, it's a completely unique universe that's sharing the same space, right? Space is forever, but so is matter. Matter is forever. So get this, because there's so many planets and stuff in our universe. I'm not talking about galaxies. I'm talking about the universe. There's like so many galaxies just in our universe, which has unbelievable amount of planets within a galaxy, or solar systems and stuff, or just stars. You see what I'm saying? So, being that matter goes on forever, I have this crazy philosophy. Check this out. Anything that has, like if anything that has a statistical odds exists. Like Tom, if you're like Tom, what are the odds of coming across a planet where all the people had 3 legs coming out of their forehead? The odds of that would be 1 in 72 trillion billion. It doesn't matter. If you're spewing out any kind of statistical odds, then it exists. Because in the face of forever, infinity, you will meet any statistical odd. Therefore, anything conceivable, if you can imagine it in your head, it exists out there somewhere. I know that's probably pretty wild. I might be getting really, really deep for people, but that's just how I think. I keep that stuff to myself, for, and I want to share it sometime. I have a lot of different views and all. Doesn't mean it's right. I have, like I said, I have no education. I can't spell. Uh, but I sure can think, I guess. I don't know. I get kind of wound up in it. I get excited, if you can't tell. Okay, what do we got going on here? We're almost done, believe it or not. I'll tool on the eyes and stuff on this. Let me soften this. I want to rub his little head. Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. Perception is perceiving object sizes too. Yeah, it's like, what do you call that? Relative. Like, we think, for example, we might say, you might hear people say a lot that the speed of light is so fast. It's like the fastest thing. But the way I look at it, light travels like so slow. I mean, it really does. When you look at these stars in the sky, half of them are dead, non-existing anymore. There's like, you're looking at the past. It's because it's taken so long for that to even get here. So to us, up close and personal, we perceive light as to be like super fast. And it's based on like relative perception, I guess. And um I don't know if that's exactly what you were saying. Me too. We have a lot in common. It's cool to meet someone that shares interests and stuff like that too. Not like, again, like I said, I'm not saying what I'm saying is correct or whatever, except for the black hole thing. I promise you, you can't fly into a black hole. So if they build a ship or something and say, "Hey, we're going there. Who wants to come with us?" Just tell them no. That you'll watch from a stream. Tell them to stream it live, and then you'll watch or whatever, and you'll thank me, because those people are not going to make it. I'm actually impressed that they were able to send something to another planet. To be honest, like the thing that's on Mars right now, taking pictures and everything, I'm so impressed by that. Because the speed is weird. Like right now, how fast am I moving? I'm sitting in a chair, so no, I'm not moving. No, actually, I'm moving, I don't know, how many 100 miles per hour, because the Earth's rotating. But how fast is the Earth traveling around the sun? That's what, 1,000 miles per hour, even faster. You know what I mean? Our galaxy, how fast is it moving within our solar system? I mean, how fast is it moving within the galaxy that seems to rotate at a static image? It's a spirally, it has the look of a spiral, but it kind of rotates like a static energy, which I believe that's because there's a supermassive black hole in the middle of the galaxy and thousands of black holes all throughout it. Those other littler black holes orbit the big black hole in the center, and they pull space and time with it. So that's why it kind of moves like a static image. But we are right now traveling so fast, just like, depending on where you want to look at the perspective or whatever. So just the planet, if we leave our planet, we're leaving the gravitational influence of Earth, and these planets are going fast around the sun, right? Earth going a little bit faster than the Mars, obviously. However fast it takes to break the gravitational pull, right? So once you leave Earth, you're losing that influence. And I mean, I'm surprised that it just slam up against like Mars at a crazy speed or whatever. The fact that they're able to figure out how to change speeds for trajectory and stuff like that is so impressive to me. I do need to. I said I needed to add a little bit. This from here to here looks amazing. But right here, you can even see it maybe. There's a bit of a dip. Maybe not. I don't know. This is in 1080p. I can technically. This is a 4K camera. But when I tried streaming 4K, it sounded like my computer was gonna fix. It was gonna take off and fly out the window. But I'm not gonna do snakes here. This is such a small amount. I'm just gonna. Oh, actually, not with my finger. A smaller tool. And the reason for that is because the smaller the thing is that you're pushing, the more PSI you're applying. Pounds per square inch. 1 pound on a square inch would be 1 pound per square inch. But if you put a pound in the area of a needle tip, that would be pretty extreme. So the reason I'm saying that is if I apply pressure to a smaller area, I won't slide that guy's head off. The little hat he's wearing now, his cranium, won't go all sliding around. It's pretty locked on there right now, but pushing on it is not a good idea. So I can basically what I'm saying is if you move smaller amounts of clay, you're gonna impact the rest of this a lot less. So I'll get this. I'm spreading that little piece of clay I put on there, spreading it out. And the goal is to fill in that shallow area. I detected it with my eyes. It just looks like a shallow area. Get this close, somewhat close. I'm just using any random tool. Just anything to drag the clay, scrape it, or whatever. I'm being pretty gentle. And then I can go back with the softener and just soften it up. Or maybe even something flat. See how that does. I'm looking at the preview on the TV. We're pretty balanced. Weight-wise, look at that. It's weighted perfectly. Well, not perfect. I'm happy with that. The balance of that is nice. And you know, I don't want someone to get this and they look on it and, wow, why is his head on crooked? Because his mama dropped him on his head. No, it's just because I didn't do it right. I have the eye for it. So I want to fix it. As long as I can see it, I want to fix it. I have to fix it. If that makes sense. I'm having a really good stream tonight. Not just because I'm killing it with this dinosaur, but because I'm actually getting to talk about crazy things. And I'm enjoying you guys. I'm enjoying this. Thank you. Oops. Thank you for being here. Absolutely. I do believe there's a way to watch a chat after the stream. I haven't really tried it yet. Someone was asking, how do I see who you're talking to? And it was after the stream ended. And I think if you watch it, isn't there an option to like watch it in real time where you can see people commenting and all? I hope there is, because that would seem awfully weird if I'm just talking, I'm like replying to everybody and no one's able to see that. You know what I mean? Oh goodness. Just drop it up here and let it. Sorry about that. Just keeping everybody awake. By everybody, I mean me. Okay, so now I'm going to float this a little bit. Cool. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Someone had commented, they asked me in a question. I'm like, I don't know. I haven't really watched. When I edit my videos, I watch the finished result on my computer, and then I make sure it's correct, and then I upload it. But I don't really watch my own video, and I haven't really watched my own stream either. Like, I don't know the quality, how nice it looks. Um, like it probably looks pretty good. It's 1080p. Like I said, I could technically do it in 4K, but I don't think I have enough computer to do it. I do think I have enough internet to do it. There's a ripple right here. Sometimes the best way to get rid of it is just use a tool instead of trying to use your finger. There it goes again. You know, this is genuine sculpting. I'm taking my time. It's what you would be doing in real life, anyways. You know, people typically don't make sculptures super fast. Some people work on things for quite a while until they get to the final result and then cast it or whatever it is. Or it might be a one off and they sell it. It's no different for me. So to do it live is actually quite special. Not everybody would be in a position or even want to uh, do that. Something's going on weird right there. What I want is I'd like to have something curved, like a piece of plastic. Like if I could bend this more, I would use it. I don't want to. This is a self-centering ruler. Um, just to kind of change the shape. What I probably will do is just settle for it, that it's fine to not let, you gotta accept something and move on. You got to, or it'll never happen. You wind up sculpting the same area for 4 years. I don't want that to happen. Okay, so now we have balance. His little hat he's wearing, his cranium, it's balanced. It's pretty balanced this way, and this way is doesn't really matter too much because you can't really view both sides at the same time, so they're close enough to where I'm happy with that anyways. So now that they're balanced, we got to look at it again and look at the shape. Is this big enough to put eyes on it? Should it be a little wider up top? Because it's kind of coney, a little. If that's the case, then I would do now on equal a snake on both sides. Oops. You know, a snake over here and a snake over here. If I wanted to make this wider, a little wider up top. Because see, I want to put eyes on here. I could draw some really quick. I'll find something to do that with. Maybe the thing I was using for the toenails. Where are you at? This thing? I use this for the toenails. Push down on it like that. This is all baked down there, so basically I'll find the center. I'll look at it for myself and then I'll show you and make a mark. I look at it really good. It's pretty important where that center is. It's not as important as like a pizza. I say that because we sometimes get pizza from Domino's and whoever is cutting that thing, oh my gosh, they're making a challenge. I'm trying to divvy this thing out evenly between me and my wife and they don't have the thing even. So there is a very, very, very teeny space between these eyes. I also got the image up there on the wall. So I'll show you. If I'm still going by this cartoon, do you see the eyes? They're pretty much almost touching. There's like a thin layer of clay in between that. And the left eye is round and the right eye is skinny and tall. I can try to do that. Or I can try to make them match. The fun thing is I can do some lining on this. If I don't like it, I can wipe it away. So let's just start with something. I'll look at the image. The eye comes up to, not almost to the top, but close. So we'll say this is the height. Okay. And so this is the center right here. You're going to see that at an angle because I can't get right where the camera is. Here's the center. I'll even draw the line all the way. Okay, I have the center. Now, it's heavy on the bottom, like larger. So it's a circle. I'm doing super faint stuff first. It's kind of like drawing. You don't want to draw heavy, dark lines. That's not a bad... It's a circle. You probably can't see anything. And it's actually wider at the bottom because there's not that much space down here between them. So it goes over more like this and then up. There it looks. And then the other side, it could just because it's a three-dimensional thing, or it's a three-dimensional item on a two-dimensional page that's made by a program that doesn't really have to follow any rules. So now I'm doing it in real life and it may be weird if I literally follow this because it's wanting to do the other eye kind of goes up and it's narrower. Man, I think that would be tacky. I think should kind of be somewhat the same-ish. Because I only need to draw that on there to know that's going to look tacky or funny. So this would go up. And then seemingly narrow. Just thinking. That would be probably splitting the difference. I have a little more width on that second one instead of it being so tall and narrow. And it's the same height, which, gosh, I want it to be kind of the same height. But it depicts it to be a little bit taller, but that might be because the angle of his head. I might be overthinking this. They're probably the same. I'm only looking at a single image too. I didn't look at multiple images. So what's probably happening is in another scene, he might have perfectly even eyes that look the same, which would make what I'm doing ridiculous. Or the idea of following that image ridiculous. So I'm going to kind of try to make these close to being the same. Look at it like this. So over here I'll go a little wider. And I can erase this line with my tool. This is kind of critical. It could be that one stumping thing that like someone could be faced with when sculpting. Like you do all this other stuff really great and then it's like, oh gosh, I can't do eyes. It's very unfortunate. But I'm going to wing it. Just basically draw these a little darker and darker, or more and more, maybe even hold it at different angles, because it's easier to follow the natural arc of your wrist. Oh, I'm way up too high for you to see. I need a different tool. For some reason I'm not, maybe that will work. I'm not being able to press in on it much. I'll turn it around. See, it's too much like to do it like this. I want to press down on the outer edge and recess it. So I just turn the tool around entirely. Maybe it'll be easier this side. Cool, thanks for checking that out for me. Yeah, the cat's he's sleeping. What it is he wants to sleep with me. And because I'm in here, he's in here. I actually have a YouTube short where I show him sleeping he sleeps in my arm every night. It's both a blessing and a curse. I love the fact that I like this. They're taking shape. Let me keep going with this. I just need to find a tool that's I gotta find something that gives me more control. I mean, this. Look at this. What is this little thing? Don't need to be bent that much. That ain't gonna work. Just keep hunting. I'll eventually. Here's a larger version of that one tool. Maybe that'll work better for me because it's uh, same reason in like Photoshop or GIMP or whatever when you're erasing. If you gotta erase a large amount, then make a larger tool, and it will help you do a more of it. And likewise, if you have to do something more with more fidelity, you would reduce the size of the tool to for that for that extra accuracy. So in this case, I want it to be more smooth, or like the larger tool will help with it's just I think this will help. I don't. It's getting late, and my explaining ability is becoming limited. The larger tool like this is helping uh, even it out. You should start to be able to see them. Get this light over here. I got a lot of light on this thing. I got 6 bulbs overhead and this blue max right here beside me. Which contributes to some of the heat. It's hot in here. Okay. Yes, the bigger tool is allowing a cleaner gosh, I wish I could explain what it is. More control in this case. It's actually a perfect size. Keep wanting to rest my finger. That's wet clay. It's like I can get rough with this and do what I want with it, but I gotta remember that this is got a skin on it that I can't believe how far I've come. This is pretty much I'll be able to bake this, and I'm thinking about painting these eyes instead of trying to put colored clay in there. using acrylics may be way easier. But then again, I could probably try to do colored clay. It's just really hard to keep white clean. The cool thing about what I'm doing right now is if I needed to go higher or over more, I could just simply pinch more clay. Like if I'm gonna go a little bit higher up here, just grab a little bit more. It's easier to expand, not so easy to retract. Looking something. It's looking something. A little bit of thickness at the bottom versus this side doesn't. So I'm trying to even them up a little bit. Five and a half hours. Oh my gosh. It's not like I'm going to turn into a pumpkin or anything, but still it's crazy. Now my wife, she'll turn into a pumpkin. She's a redhead. So something she used to say, kind of funny. I gotta be in bed by whatever, I'm gonna turn into a pumpkin. And I'm like, okay. No, I don't. I'm just now starting to try to make things from referencing. Like the spider I just did, I was using the Black Widow as my reference. This is a good dinosaur. It's so a good dinosaur. There's no denying it now. Anybody can look at this and be like, "Uh-oh, like I might be even in trouble. This is really, really close." It's fan art. Other people make things too, so I'm not going to worry about it too much. It's not like I'm mass producing this. But like the elephant I made, I used that as a reference too. It was another sculpture. But my three-headed dragon, like I might look at a dragon or something for an idea. At some point, most people, they gotta look at something. Usually people are looking at multiple animals like lizards, snakes, dragons, elephants have amazing texturing on them. All those different things can be used to make like an alien or something. But to genuinely, truly just come up with something you know, without looking at anything, I guess in a way I'm always kind of looking at something in some way. Now my drawings, which I just started redoing my drawing playlist, I have drawings that I genuinely are making something unique, and they're just crazy. Those are short little videos, by the way, and I have some weird. See, I used to draw, and then once I discovered clay, the fact that I can create in the third dimension, I was like, basically, I'm not drawing anymore, which is dumb. You know, should definitely sculpt and draw. But I don't know if I even know how. All the drawings I made are like just this. I don't know how they even happened. Whereas this, I've turned into a science. Like I can make another one of these right now if I wanted to. After the fact, it would probably look even better. But I do not. I don't know how. Oh my gosh, I don't know how I did those things. If you're new, you can check out a couple of them. They're recent. I made a new playlist or whatever. I had a video showing them all, and I wound up taking it down because it's like a 4 minute video, but it took 2 minutes just for me to show anything I'm talking and everything. So these new videos where I'm showing the drawing are they're more to the point and kind of more professional. Plus, they're updated with better graphics. And I am looking now for a paintbrush. You know, just oops, and get a drop right here on the table somewhere. Try not to do that because I wind up getting it in stuff. But I'm just trying to see what I got going here. This might be too gentle. Referencing though is good. I don't like. This is not a fresh brush, is it? If you don't use a brand new brush for colored clay, you're going to get some kind of coloration on there from the previous painting or even the wood. The paint on the wood because it's old. See, it looks like I'm getting like a yellowy. I'm just trying to clean up what I just did. And the softener, a little gnat or something. The softener is dissolving the clay. So I'm doing a little combination of moving, very little, because it's a very gentle brush, small brush. It's one part moving the clay and one part dissolving the clay. But between both of those processes, I can even out the surface and make it nice. It's actually looking quite nice. And I do think I'm getting some kind of yellow. Plus it looks like there's paint on this brush. I have a brand new pack of brushes. That's what this is for. Let me move my $200 glasses. Oh my god. I just got glasses for the first time. Going bald. Or not bald. Like, I'm nearsighted. And I've just been kind of living with it, dealing with it. See, this is brand new, clean brush. It's actually a little bigger, so a larger tool for doing this. So I can just, I'm trying to make sure you can see it too. That's too high. It's down low on the screen, but you can actually dissolve the clay in a manner where it's creating the new surface think of like painting a fingernail or something. The fingernail is already flat and nice and smooth, but you're dragging that paint over it like this, a nice wide stroke like that. Um, that's kind of what I'm doing here, but the paint in this case is dissolving the surface, and the brush itself acts like a tool. It creates a new plane, a new surface, a plane. Plus, it's not just a thing in the sky. A plane is also considered like an area, I guess. Not really trying to educate you. I'm just trying to reassure myself that I'm not talking about something inaccurately. I might use the wrong words sometimes, or say something the wrong way. I actually have a bad habit of calling things something they're not. For example, I'll call a Pepsi a Coca-Cola, or a chicken a turkey. It's really weird and really frustrating to me. At this point, my wife doesn't even correct me anymore. She'll know that if I say something about the turkey, she knows I'm talking about Loki or Rooster. But like when I was making the tiger face sculpture, I kept calling that thing a lion over and over and over and over. It was lion this and lion that, but it wasn't. It was I was making a tiger, and it's just weird. This is looking super good. Basically, giving myself a nice little canvas that I can paint. I'm not going to be sanding any of this, at least the eyes for sure. So I'm making sure they look good now. Now basically just, if it's high somewhere, push down in that area or keep painting in that area to until it goes down. If it's a low area, just keep swirling around. Like there's a dent right here. I was just swirling. The slurry will fill it. I'll not only will I dissolve the clay around it, but it'll get filled with the slurry that's on the brush. And to be honest, I've never really done this right here, what I'm doing right now, in this level of professionalism. I'm feeling it though. I'm getting tired, but I feel like I'm at the last. Um, I would say leg, but that's not, accurate. There's a bit of a, there's a bit of a dent right here. So I will correct that by up here, pushing down and bringing it this way. See if I can't get that to disappear. And maybe come down here. Then go back to the brush. I don't think that did much. any rate, I have eyes on here. And think of all the things we did to do this. We started off with this little core. Remember, he has aluminum foil brain. And then we changed the profile. We added to the profile on different sides and stuff. There is one more thing. I pre-drilled holes where the nose is, and I gotta find them now. They're in here somewhere. And I'm thinking the best way to do that would be a brush, like a new brush. This is a new brush. It's got TLS on it. Did I use this for TLS? Yeah, I don't want to use that. That's too fine. Maybe the one I was just using. I'm just trying to identify. Maybe I can push. Oh wait, I can feel them. There's definitely one right here. And then right there. Now, it's going to be hard moving them down because there's air trapped under there. So what I will do is, I pretty much got the outline of where those are. I don't know if you can see that. Yeah, you can see the indents. The indents. So I'll stab it in the middle. And right here. And work that thing down. Maybe I can use this larger. I don't have a larger stylus tool. I need to get a set. It's one of the many things I need to get. Gosh, it would help me so much right now. This actually is perfect because those holes were only so big anyways. You wouldn't be able to stick a larger stylus tool down into a hole that's bigger, or that's bigger than the hole. Kind of like that square peg round hole thing. Alright, so that's actually not even too terrible. I was worried about my placement on how I pre-drilled these holes. I just gotta go with what I did with what I got. I already did that previously. So could it be a little better? Could this one be up over a little bit this way, just a wee bit? Like I'll take my dentist pick I just had. Any of them? Just grab one. Here's a real sharp one. Here's the center of that hole. Right here, just slightly offset. I wish I would have moved it a little bit over. But little tiny things like that kind of make character on something. And in a way, that's kind of a way where you can just say, it's okay that it ain't right. There is no wrong art. But there is certainly critique. It could be your own critique or critique from someone else. But now I'm smoothing this out I'm just trying this. I just thought this would be a good thing to do. And it actually is looking so neat. Tiny little amount of liquid. I think that's liquid over there. Put it in there. I said a tiny amount and I put a ton. I need that stylus tool again. I drilled through the epoxy sculpt thing. I did that because I wanted to have some kind of depth to these nostrils for the, the believability. Not the believability, it's a cartoon. Just to kind of make it more realistic looking, I suppose. Which is kind of the same thing as believability. I just thought it would look better. I don't know if that makes sense. As opposed to just drawing them on there or something. Okay, so now we have the nostrils on here. Where he breathes fire. No, it's not a dragon. It's a dinosaur. Which is a wingless, fireless dragon. I'm going to do one more thing. I'm going to put some black in there. I feel confident that I can do this. Oh, the tadpole drawing? Let's see, which one is that? That's cool. Did you mess things up too like me? Yeah, I'll get it completely wrong too. Well, usually it's the same thing. Like if I call it a Pepsi, it was really a Coke, or like in this case, it was the bird. Um, uh, they're both fowl. One's I was gonna call it a turkey again. Um, Loki, he's the rooster. We don't have that rooster anymore. Uh, he's not with us anymore. Um, I don't do roosters. I don't know what was the. He was, he was violent. He attacked my wife and drew blood on one ankle and left purple dents in the other ankle. And I didn't see that. I just saw her like jumping, like, ah! And he's like flapping his wings and jumping at her. I'm like, oh, this is so funny. Baby, let me film you doing that. And she actually got mad at me because I didn't witness the assault where it assaulted her. She actually got mad at me uh, for seeming like I didn't care. And then I looked down at her ankles like, oh my God, he just did that to you? And she's like, yeah. And you're wanting me to do it again or whatever it was, because I wanted to get it on camera, because you never know. Video go viral, I'll make some money. But no, I don't want anyone to get hurt, especially my wife. And he never attacked me, but she would have to walk around the yard while carrying a rake or something. How ridiculous is that? And so we ate them. Chickens, you're supposed to eat your chickens anyways. Um, we we have two baby males. One looks just like Loki, and we're gonna let them grow up and fertilize our eggs again. But the kind of chickens we have are not really for egg. They're more pet. They're more like pets. They're silkies. They're not really huge on egg production. And I was kidding, by the way. We gave him back to the lady that we got him from. She said, well, she had room for him, and I got wind up upsetting somebody. So I got these things down here. See, they're black. Ah, I messed that one up. This clay is so incredibly soft. I softened it up, like extremely. I added TLS to it. I don't know why. For some reason or another. I can't remember. This was the size of the stylus I just put down in that hole right here. Okay. Let me make sure I'm in focus. Should be focused. So this is the stylus right here. It's the size. This is the one size smaller. So what I'm thinking, I don't want to use the same size because I just used that to go down in this tool. It will be too, you know what I mean? It'll be too big. So if I go one size smaller, I should be able to use it to place these things down in there. That's just my reasoning. So if I can pick it up with this thing, it's so soupy wet. I hope I'm not messing up here because I could easily just use acrylic paint. But I like to challenge myself every now and then. I like a good challenge. Sometimes I spread my butter with a fork, okay? Because, you know. Alright, so let's see what we can do. It didn't even... I thought it would like have some super tack. But I'm looking at that. I need less clay. Way less clay. We need a black backdrop. So I just rolled out that into a snake. Kind of. I didn't cut it even. Or the knife, palette knife is not flat. Come on now. Okay, there's a snake. Now, fully severing it all the way to that table. There, it's cut. This tells me that these are the same amount of clay, okay? There's one ball. This tiny little speck on the screen. There's the other ball. Using that same small stylus. There we go. This is way more doable. See this? I'm going to stick that right there. Ooh, and it stayed. Oh no, get back in there. I will have softener right here. I'll put the softener on my tool. Maybe that'll keep it from sticking. It did. And then just voila. No way. No way, that looks so good. Okay, look. I'm like all being a pro. Here, I want to zoom in for this shot. Y'all are worth it. Let me, hold on. Okay, I zoomed in and refocused. Now watch this. straight down in there, it stays. I'll dip my tool in the softener and then stab the middle of that ball right there, down and then around. No freaking way. It's so good. Look at that. And it still has depth. Man, I don't know, I'm easily impressed. It may not be that significant to you or whoever. It just is to me, because I truly am, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing. Alright, cool. So where are we at this? And we're at what, 6 hours? Oh my gosh. I haven't really been drinking fluids and stuff. It's not good. It's not good at all. So I do not feel confident with. Well, I mean, can I? I probably can. The eyes, you know what I mean? Where I put that in there. I don't know about that. You know what I'm saying? I made it really, really nice surface that could take paint very well. It's profiled. It's down deep. You can see that, the shadow and stuff, the eyes. So that would get painted white with acrylic, and then I would go paint the black part on that. It's, if I wanted to, if I absolutely had to do it with clay, and I said no, paint is not allowed, how would I do this? Because people are watching me and they want to know how I think. Thank you for saying perfection. I know it's everybody's really everybody has their own opinion and their own perception on stuff. That's why if you see somebody to get in some kind of forum or on a video and they're like, listen, that looks like trash or whatever, you're doing it wrong and it's got to look like such and such, or that's such an inaccurate thing that they could be saying, because what they're saying is actually based on their own perception, right? And one thing I like to say is I actually have a hole in my finger, my skin, and it's collected clay. I don't even know how it got there. I'm wondering if I can just... It's driving me crazy because I'm trying to clean my finger and I keep thinking I can't. Like it's not coming off, but it's just like a pit in my skin where I've gashed it or something. I could hit it with some sandpaper and fix it. But anyways, back to what I was saying. What they're basically sharing is their perception of how they view that particular piece of art. And for them to be so hardcore, like, they're basically, what they're trying to do is, their perception is law. Their perception is how everybody perceives it. And it can only be talked about or seen in that manner. But what I like to say is, perception is basically worthless once it leaves the entity that it originated from, meaning the person, because there's no two people are the same on this planet. No two people will see the same thing. Even identical twins will have completely unique minds. Often they're completely unique, individuals. Everybody's an individual where there's no two people alike. So for anyone to say this is how that is, it's, you just can't do it. It's not, It's not even a thing. You know, you can't do that. So it's just something cute that I like to say. It's a polite way of saying, yeah, you have your opinion on something, but it doesn't mean it's law or that's doctrine or whatever, because you claim its eyes are ugly or whatever. That's just how you see it, which they are totally entitled to that. It's just sometimes the vibe people come off are like, no, no, they're they want to impose that on you or whatever. So there is some texturing that goes on this neck, and I put this clay on here. Oh, I'll probably have to refocus that. It goes like this. This is hard clay, but it gets softer over here. It's going to be a bit of an issue. Somewhere here it's soft. Oh, there it goes. So after this is baked, what I can do is just kind of faintly make it like it's just fainty. It gets faint right there, like a dry spot, basically, or sand it later after it's baked. If I could even rub just a couple little lines across, that looks good. Where I got some kind of something going on there. But right here it all gets soft. Just to kind of continue this little theme that I got going on, I got some mild texture, actually quite a bit of texturing going. This is only a few hours of texturing. I should have spent way more time doing it, but I put it off, and I'm like, oh no, I'm behind on watch time again. So I do it really quick so I can do this part. It still turned out pretty decent though. And the way texturing is, you can spin forever. You can spin forever on one little thing on a sculpture and then, not get anywhere with it. You gotta eventually move on or progress somehow, right? That all looks pretty good. I'll smooth this with the softener. Make sure it blends as well. This will all get cleaned up a little bit. See a fingerprint down here. I'm pretty much arriving to the end of this stream. And you know what? I'm ready for it. I absolutely love doing these streams, and it bugs me that I wait so long sometimes in between. But sometimes I get hung up. I worry about finishing something. I'm like, is this gonna look good? Right now, my mind is being blown. This look at the cuteness. See the eyes? You can see it. I mean, okay, I didn't paint them white yet, but you can kind of see where they are there. It's got the skin around it now. It's not much of a deviation from what I had. It was that thing, right? So we put skin on it, and then we built this helmet, like the head cranium thing, and those were already there. The way this worked out, so good. Putting those little dots in there and with the stylus tool, wherever it went, and then just kind of like make sure they're all the way mated with that clay. And that's it. Oh my gosh. Wait till my wife sees this. So, yes, I'm going to say that I'm going to kind of wrap this up and say that we have successfully, of course, the camera is not up as high. It's maybe not much higher than the head itself, so you're not seeing a very big perspective of it. The next where the let's see, what would I do from here? It's not going to be another live stream. I literally got to paint these toenails white, and I'll paint the eyes white and the pupils in it. Maybe it could be a normal time video, and do the final reveal in that video as well. It'd be too short to do a live stream. I did that the other day, and I'm like, this is a short stream, and I wound up just showing other sculptures and stuff because I finished too quickly. I like the streams to be a couple hours at least. But we got the corners of the mouths are the same. It's the same. It almost has like a Wallace and Gromit. Am I saying that correctly? It's a cartoon. Kind of has that type of feel to it. That style, which that's not what I was shooting for. If you had to compare it to something, and you asked my opinion, the shape of the head is pretty darn good. I'm holding it like dead on. The nostrils aren't too terrible. It's, it's not perfect. Nothing's perfect. Even a diamond, if you were to zoom in on a molecular level, it's mountains and ravines and stuff. It'd be even the smoothest surface. It's all on perspective, I guess. Is that the word? Anyways, it's good enough for me, and hopefully for anybody watching. So I have one final baking to do, and I'll probably do 20 minutes, because even though I have a little piece of aluminum foil in here, it's still quite a bit of clay for the head. This was just a sheet, that's just a sheet, so all that's really thin, and it'll bake really quickly, but it isn't over bake. This is all, like I said, it's a half an hour, because the top of this piece was almost solid clay, and the tongue was so thick. So that's just to ensure that I baked it all the way through. And I felt it. I just gently touched it. It was like red hot. So I know I'm getting it to good temperature. I'm just hoping... I hope it doesn't do anything weird when I put it back in the oven. Even the back of his head is pretty good. Except right there. That needs to be worked a little. Probably something that's not my thumb. But it's not like I'm gonna go run and throw this in the oven right now anyways. It's really late. It deserves 5 or 10 more minutes of just kind of, fixing it with the softener, making it look pretty. It's got a black spot. I got that black clay right there. No big deal. Characteristic, or I can sand it off later. Oh my gosh. It's a dinosaur. It's got his head tilted. Now the focus is on the head right there. Hi. Okay. Yes. Thank you. Thank you for being a part of it. Oh no, now there's 5 people. Now I don't want to get off of here. Actually, it's starting to be early in the morning. I can't just keep going because my accuracy will fail. I'll get for just trying to figure out every little part as I go. Like, how do I make it look like that? I'm looking at the image. It doesn't look nothing like it. The heading, the same. It's similar but unique. I kind of made it my own. Just a single image, and I did much better with my Eeyore sculpture and my Alice in Wonderland caterpillar sculpture. Those were exact on the money. And that's back when I first started sculpting. Uh, I, it's weird. I don't know where this comes from. But anyways, I always get awkward when it comes time to shutting this down because honestly, I don't want to stop. But that's just proof that I'll be back because I love doing this. But on that note, I'm going to go ahead and end this stream. I thank everybody that showed up and the future people that are watching. Thank you for the support. If you watched this whole thing through, that's pretty awesome. You have a lot of time on your hands. Sorry for it being so long. You can also watch these in little stretches, you know what I mean? I think it remembers where you left off. So, anyhow, thank you everyone for being a part of this, and I will see you here in the next one, which will probably be a normal video where I'm painting this thing and maybe sealing it. I do seal everything. It gives it kind of a shine, but it protects it and gives it that nice little wow factor. I'm looking at it. I can't believe what I'm looking at. I like it a lot. But thanks again for being a part of this. And I will see you here again soon.